I just
Carlos, go.
We can. I'm just waiting for the answer when they can start, and then we will start. Well, we are ready. Can we go over?
Yeah. I'm going to plug another micro. I don't know why on Google something. I think it's Google Chrome. It block. I cannot hear you if I put another micro, but the sound is better. And as I'm going to present sound design, it's better for you because of course it's going to from my micro to yours, so it's going to be better. So shall I start?
Don't worry. What we can do, what you can do also, because when I'll just introduce you to the students very briefly.
Sure.
After that, if it's better for you, you can use. I mean, you don't need to listen to me. So use the microphone that you. I mean, it's better for you, right?
If you have any issue, you just message me. Okay.
Okay. So let me start. Bom dia a todos. Eu vou rapidamente apenas compartilhar a tela com vocês. Supostamente ela deve ser compartilhada. Eu creio que vocês estão vendo um slide do PowerPoint, é isso?
Sim.
Tá. É curioso, porque para mim aparecem todos vocês no outro monitor. É maluco esse sistema. Mas aí a tela do PowerPoint aparece você está apresentando para todos, mas qual você não sabe. Você tem que checar no teu outro monitor. Bom, deixa quieto. Não vale a pena. So, good morning, everybody. And again, we have now, again. Today class will be with Professor Alban Maniz. Professor Maniz is a landscape urbanist and a faculty member at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology in Australia. And parallel to his international practice among various built environment spectrums, as you can read, he has a particular area of interest, one that associates the implementation of political ecology in landscape planning and also social ecology, deployment of social ecology through environmental mediation. His projects decipher or addresses these issues, particularly the globalization of a sustainable narrative, and as such, he has been lecturing in many places around the world, not only in Asia, but also in Europe. Professor Alban, Professor Maniz, is French-born, and now is living in Australia, and had, as you can read in the last sentence of his small curriculum, a particular approach in the way as how he worked with the crossroads of these hybrid disciplines. Professor Alban also, weeks before today, sent to you a material and ask you for a product, and we will work on that later. So, okay, can you come? Alban, thank you very much. Thank you for collaboration. And we have really to appreciate. It's now 11:11 in Melbourne, 11 p.m. We are 13 hours in advance. So thank you very much for your effort and kindness to be with us in such a as an advanced hour. Thank you very much, Alban. It's with you.
Thank you. I'm going to plug my micro now. Maybe later. So thank you very much for everybody to be here. And thank you very much, Manuel, for the invitation. It's my first lecture in Brazil, so I'm very, very proud and very, very excited. I like to see all your name. So my name is, my family from Sicilia in Italy. So I'm French, but usually I know a little bit of the Latin world, but I've never seen so many Latin American people attending my course. So I'm very, very glad. Now, I sent you some requests. Maybe we are going to do it, maybe we don't do it. It doesn't matter. I'm very, very happy about the invitation of Manuel, because finally it pushed me to discuss with you. This is about COVID, this is what's happening. And I'm going through the lecture I'm going to present today, but also, and I'm going to explain that later. I was not very, very involved in this type of research. So finally, this is something I start to develop with you. So some of the response I have, some students reply to my request. If we don't do it today, so it means if people didn't record something, because I did some recording, but it was not always successful as I expected, it doesn't really matter, because thanks to Manuel, and today this is pretty much like a lecture workshop. I start something new, and I'm going to show you, I start to do it on a different project after. So some of you who might be interested about the propositions, the view I have about how can we read the city, but maybe you can join after. Maybe yes, maybe not. You do whatever you want. But it's just the beginning of a different type of project I'm developing. So today I'm going to give you a lecture. I'm going to show you a lot of different examples. And after, some students who already develop maybe some recording, develop some project, and would like to move on to the second phase of this project, maybe we can keep in touch. You email me. And well, it's, as I said to my email, it's pretty much like a game I start to develop. So no big stress if you don't have anything to show today. I know it was for me a bit like a, as you know, because some of you are PhD students, I do believe. Manuel, yeah. So a lot of us do lecture, and lecture sometimes could be fantastic, but also it's nice that we can move on to finally a combination of project. And RMIT in Australia, I joined 2.5 ago. It's very project-centered. So finally, producing lecture, producing paper is not the most interesting thing that we do here. It's usually what we call creative works. We try to really always use it as a way to propose project, creative project. So this is why I was trying to develop this lecture much more as a way to produce a way, finally, like a master plan or like a project to do something with you, than just to deliver a lecture like an academic lecture. I'm going to share my my presentation. Yeah, I have two screens, so normally you can see my screen. And I'm wait and do it again. Can you still hear me, Manuel? Yeah. Okay. Good. So now I cannot hear you, but it's okay.
Yes, Alban, we listen to you.
So a lot of keywords I'm going to explain to you are going to be in the slide later. So it's of course called diegetic kairos. I'm going to explain all of those keywords, but first, of course, I'm going to thank Manuel. Yes, because I met Manuel in Seville, like in February. So this is some of the dinner, a lunch we had with Manuel, and I'm very happy because finally this is what I'm trying to do with you. It's we organized a lecture pretty much like today, but it was finally a way to combine a lot of different initiatives and to develop different type of project with people. So this is finally a way that I'm always working, so that I meet someone and I'm doing something else after. So today, this is pretty much a project we try to develop. Well, for me, it's much more a proposition to some of you. I'm from Melbourne, you're from Sao Paulo, but it's already another project I'm developing now. I'm already start to discuss with some of my friends in Singapore and Korea to develop what I'm doing now with this project. Finally, some type of recording about the acoustic ecology about the city, to question how the city was responding well or not to the pandemic. And maybe some of you will be interested to do it. So the idea that we're going to develop some sound design and scanning. How can we find with a point cloud analyze the city? So some of my friends in Singapore and Korea start to do it. I will start to do something maybe in Paris, because of course I have a relation in Paris. But this is maybe just today a beginning of a new project I'm developing, and this is what I'm very, very happy with Manuel about this initiative. As I say, I will try to develop this in different steps, but maybe for now, maybe we just consider there is a lecture. So the first lecture is finally what we call the environmental hermeneutics. How do we read the city, or at least the environmental fabrics, during the pandemic? I'm going to show you finally how it can help us to read differently how there is a failure in our fabrics, and how maybe we can start to develop different approach. And this is what I was trying to develop with you, maybe a dialogue, but maybe this is maybe where we may maybe try to maybe skip this moment, and after we are going to have a conversation. After maybe 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, maybe we are going to have a conversation all together. Okay. So to present myself, of course, as Manuel said, I'm a landscape urbanist. I was designing in a very different part of Asia and of course France. Lots of landscape urbanist initiatives. So I'm usually a designer. So it's in China. So there was a lot of different projects because I lived in different countries. But also I'm what we may call organize ideas of debate. This is what I like. This is where I met Manuel. So here, this is it's a series of seminars usually I organize. And this is maybe for you who are, I think you are all urban designer. Me, I'm landscape designer, landscape urbanist. And in Europe, we consider landscape designer as what we call mediator. And we are always people who are going to design, we do the master plan, but mainly we bring people around the table because we need the voice of everybody. This is, for instance, when we talk about community design, in landscape design, it doesn't make any sense because we always do landscape design. So my job, besides the fact that I'm a designer, I'm a professor, I'm a researcher, is usually always to organize a debate, pretty much as what we call in terms of politics, to hear how people finally think about a project, always to be able to be in advance. So this is a big part of my project. This is why I like the fact that also Manuel is organizing this type of debate internationally. But this is always what I do. For instance, here, it was in Korea because I lived in Korea for many, many years. My wife is Korean, so I was teaching, working in Korea I came in Korea 15 years ago. Here it was about, there is a big dynamic about urban regeneration in Korea. And finally, we just realized we didn't know how people living in those places, are those people living for a long time or not. So my idea here was finally to go to the site, to bring different people from our expertise, CTO, designer, citizen, and finally to discuss what's really going on, to be able to move on forward, and mainly to do what I call the just design, to be able to really give the appropriate idea and not to be in a bubble, and to finally develop something which might be another pollution who is already questioned by the dynamic of regeneration, degeneration. One of the big also part of my research is what we call environmental mediation. So here it was in Japan. This is what I did in my PhD. I was working in Japan, and finally I changed my mind. I just started to realize, because I was working in Singapore before, and I just realized the way how we design landscape design, my generation, we expected it to be a new paradigm. We expected to do it differently. And finally, we just realized that we just, through the sustainable development, you know those big names, we just started to promote the green capitalism. So in Japan, I was working with a lot of what we call hybrid forum, so philosopher, in environmental ethics, engineer, CTO, citizens, the CTO, in fact, a lot of different part of the stakeholder dynamic to start to question how can we finally plan our environment, but differently. Not as we do it today, but finally how by decomposing how people interact, started to develop the project differently. Or here it was in a lake in Sadogashima. It's an island in Japan, and the lake was finally damaged by engineer who finally started to propose new design, who once again damaged again the project. So everybody, in terms of ecological democracy, created a status quo, stopped everything, and started to bring people, philosophers, landscape architect, to finally to be able to discuss on site how to move on to the next step. So this is also part of my research. It's how can we develop different type of connection between the different stakeholders to finally really be able to propose an appropriate landscape design. And this is also some of the reason where I met Manuel. I developed recently what I call design diplomacy with the colleagues in RMIT. Finally, when we start to revitalize autochthonous practice and custom, there is a Nagoya Protocol in 2012, and there is a 12 article when finally they try to explain how maybe revitalizing autochthonous practice and custom. You're in Brazil, you know what is indigenous engineering, how people finally, before the modernity, may have solution to resolve the problem we have today, and not finally propose something new again, but finally be able to look back how people did it before, to sustain practice were here sometimes for the past centuries, but damaged from the last century during the modernity. So how can we resolve crises in terms of environment and ontology by practice where usually emerge from the site. So here, this is in Singapore. This is where we've been the last year. Same, I have many connections in Singapore because I live there and I come back very often, but we were trying to understand the problem of the food security. They have a lot of problem, and how a lot of people start to develop new urban agriculture on site, but outside the globalization system, but from practice, who finally emerge from those people here, for example, in terms of climate, create what we call the food forest. There is a very, very different way to do agriculture, and this way, finally, through COVID, could be a way to help certain states like Singapore of not depending on the globalization. So they can finally have agriculture on their own soil, and finally be able to secure the logistic. For instance, Singapore today import 90% of its food. So this is what we had to go to Malaysia. So this type of practice finally is a way to what we call relocating the globalization. How finally we can come back to normal practice, but from the knowledge of people who have the good understanding of their climate and their practice. So this is also a big project I'm developing, and this is what we did when I met Manuel. This is what we did in Seville. So this one was the first one we did the last year. The second one was in Seville, when we tried to understand how Seville was very, very advanced in terms of managing the tourism and not being impacted by the crisis of Europe. So this is what we tried to investigate in Seville the last time, and there was a book is going to be published soon. And this is more what I'm going to talk today. One of my big interests since many, many years is the acoustic ecology. I'm going to show you some of the project. This picture was taken the last year in the Australian Alps. I've been always interested in acoustic ecology, and I'm going to show you some projects who are very, very old, but in our MIT, there is a strong history about sound designer, some people who are really focused. There is a lot of laboratory in MIT about acoustic ecology, and I restarted to redevelop different approach in landscape design, in environmental design, regarding the sound ecology. So the fact, how can we observe the environment before an idea of design that finally our industry usually is very implemented. We go on site, we already have, I would say, a budget or a desire to propose something for different stakeholders. And by observing or finally having this situation that finally you observe the site by just recording or observing the sound and the acoustic ecology, dislocate you regarding the prerequisite you have regarding the proposition you can do for the society. So you have a distance and a different approach before you might be able to materialize what's really happening on site and be able to find to propose a project for the site you investigate. So this little, so you see the movie, maybe it's going to be a little bit click, 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 click. So there is no sound, I think. Normally it should have a sound. Wait. Click. So we have this first problem. Can you hear the sound? Yeah. No.
Now we can, but it's very low. Can it be a little bit louder?
So I'm very, very, very excited to start this lecture with you about COVID, because as a matter of fact, we've been very, very impacted as we do this kind of course online in Australia. We started the course in March. So finally, the whole year was online, and the next year will be also online. We were very stressed because in Australia, we have, in many, many universities, we have 90% of students who are coming from China. This is a big money in Australia. Australia before was a mining economy. This is how UK came to Australia. And today, this is thanks to the university that we are making money. And people were very afraid about how finally maybe COVID from China will impact us. Finally, nothing came up from China. You know, they are very safer than us, but we blocked everything. And one of the main impact we had in our daily life in Australia is that everything stopped. So the city stopped, the university stopped, and this is one of the observations I did. So finally, the life stopped in Melbourne. So in many, many places like that, every shop are closed, and the only sound you can hear usually is the sound of the road. So there is no life anymore. And here, this is a very little suburbs in Melbourne, and there is a lot of shop. I'm going there usually because my wife is Korean, and usually I'm going to shop there is a little shop of Korean food, and there is a lot of Asian store. But because everything is closed, the stores are closed, and in the street we don't see any Asian people. So there is. There is a moment when I just realized that finally those cities develop a different type of economy today regarding the globalization. in these suburbs, for instance, there is a lot of Asian people who came because this is pretty cheap, and they came because their kids are in the university, so they opened some shop, but they are not really part of the city. The city still is a very Victorian city, so people finally are part of the economy, but are not part of the daily life. And when they are not involved in finally with the life of the city, but we see a huge difference between what the urban fabrics still represent. So there are still those shops, there are still those buildings, and finally the social capital. So there is a huge discrepancy of how finally the city was developed and how it was not able to finally to be able to regenerate itself during the crisis. So this is one of the very interesting aspects, and this is what I'm interested to talk about that with Manuel, because as I say, we were very impacted, but finally it was a little bit surreal. We didn't see any problem. So there was almost no COVID issue in Australia. We don't have so much case, but everything stopped. But one of the very interesting aspects, it was the fact that the city was still here. We can see the building, and this is what I'm going to explain to you, the reason of the city once it disappeared, but everything stopped to exist. Okay? So this is what I'm going to try to explain today. So finally, what COVID is the sign. So what finally can COVID reveal in places like Melbourne, but also in places as in the little text I shared to you, in places who were developed in the 19th century. I'm going to explain that later, but not all cities were not able to react to a pandemic like that. So certainly you in Sao Paulo, you may complain the fact that, well, maybe it was better to have maybe a president who is much more concerned and protect people more. But in many countries and many cities, the government was able to be able to manage the economy, the lives of the city, and in terms of like a biosphere, to redistribute the energy. So here, the fact that finally the city was developed for one idea, one objective, and if this objective was not able to be obtained, everything has to be stopped. And this is what I'm using COVID regarding the fact that finally there is a problem as how we can maybe not continuing to develop city when finally they were developed for a model of the 19th century who is completely obsolete today. And this is a good opportunity for us but finally to develop cities differently. So this is finally how can we use COVID as a sign of decay or a decay of culture. This is this city developed from a certain type of colonization. Well, I know in Brazil you are also part of colonization from Europe, but here, maybe if you know Australia, this is mainly a Western civilization developed in the 19th century for a certain type of people. And there is, of course, this type of malpractice because it was completely erased from its culture. There is no indigenous. We never met Aboriginal people here. They are usually outside the city in different type of job, in different type of practice. Maybe I know 2 or 3 indigenous students in the university. Usually they are not part of finally the future of the culture. And how, once again, it could be a way to understand how COVID could be a sign of reboot. We need to find to change the way how we may able to sustain the city later. So I'm going to talk more about what we call environmental fabrics. I think most of the students in this course are you're in the Institute of Urbanists, so you're urban planner. Me, I'm landscape urbanist. But I'm going to talk more about finally how public realm, park, agriculture are part of this mechanism, what you call environmental fabrics, and this is obsolete. The fact that we are not able to move on, we are not able to trust people, we are not able to finally to reorganize the debate from the city, the experts, the architects, the city planner, the management of the city with different stakeholders, as we call human and non-human. But this is a sign of finally something is not working. And so this is once again a way not to condemn this mechanism, but the fact that there is a moment when we need finally to stop this type of practice and to consider, but maybe we need to move on to different type of paradigm dynamic, because also a lot of place on Earth during this pandemic were able to observe different type of attitude. Not all cities were stopped as Paris, Melbourne. A lot of, I would say, 19th century model of city planning, we are not able to finally to observe a reboot inside his own biosphere, but they had to stop everything. So this is what I do consider this is a moment of obsolescence that we may consider as a good opportunity to regenerate different type of approach. This is also, but the fact that we didn't trust citizens, we had to stop a lot of practice. Here you can see, it's of course, it could remain the fact that in USA, a lot of citizens when finally having problem with the fact that they didn't want to stop their practice, but in Melbourne, we had no sign of COVID. So it was finally after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, it was very hard for people to understand, but finally, why should I bankrupt? Why everything should change for us? For example, we had to reorganize everything. A lot of students get crazy. Most of the cafe, most of the little economy in Melbourne stop. So as I said to you before, we are not going back to the cafe. We are not going back to the restaurant. It's been so long. So a lot of people get crazy. But it's also because, as I say, my wife is Korean. When I'm talking with a lot of different type of, I would say, citizenship, for many of my friends in Korea and Singapore, so there is a problem of finding how they understand people who are organizing the management of the city is problematic. There is a feeling that people do not trust their citizens. So the fact that we don't let citizens finally to be able to react themselves and to observe a certain need of change, but finally for the good of people, but to consider that people have to be blocked like kids, they have to stay home, they don't have to do anything. There is a problem of sovereignty. The fact that people are not owner of their own practice. They are pretty much like kids, or they are like pure cog tools. They have to do something, and if this objective, the market, is not obtained, but the whole cities is stopped. And it happened in Melbourne. It's a little bit of history for those who don't know Melbourne. Melbourne, it's not a very old city. It's just like a 100 and a half ago age city. And since 6 or 7 years, it was considered as the most livable city. It's maybe Forbes the magazine for the super rich. This is those people who gave the status of Melbourne. But as I say, usually Melbourne is what we call the most Western livable city, because everything is Western, everything is from UK. So there is a model here implemented, and as we can consider, this is the best model from Europe. So if you take the best from a lot of failure we had in Europe, and you just take the good practice here, but you have Adelaide, Sydney, Melbourne are considered as the best city on Earth, but it's for a certain type of people. Most of cities that we consider sustainable are for men in their 40s, well educated, with a certain type of wealth, so they earn good money, and the rest of the social capital don't benefit from everything. So there is one idea of how this city works, and this is this model who finally collapsed during COVID. And this is why I'm using this mechanism of acoustic ecology, that everything vanished and the whole city was finally purely obsolete, like pretty much like a car with no fuel. The city doesn't work anymore. And I'm going to explain that later, but it's a big move in Melbourne, because a lot of understanding of how we call city today vanished just in a couple of months. It was just not a few years. Just now we start to reconsider that this CBD, like you see here, but it's gone forever. It's not been here since a long time, but it's finished forever. So you understand why. This is mainly a 19th century urban fabric. So this is not a city was developed as a lot of city finally by, as we call generation, degeneration and regeneration. It's pretty much like a block designed in the 19th century from the colonialist coming from UK. And this is what we have today. So this is one system. And of course, people came from UK with what we call the liberalism. Today we call ultra-liberalism or neoliberalism. But this is where Adam Smith, you know, the guy with the invisible hand, left UK and developed this kind of cities that we have today. This is what is extremely efficient regarding the globalization. But when the globalization doesn't work during COVID, everything's finished. So this is one of the very good signs today of what we call environmental imperialism. If you go to Melbourne, you will never see any, we have people like me, white or Asian, rich. For the past century, there is a law where Asian people were not able to come to Australia, but every sign of this society, which is, I won't say this is bad or good, but this is just one culture. What we call about environmental imperialism, this is finally how do we understand the nature? How do we like the climate? What type of plant do we have? How do we react? Is purely from Europe. And there is a lot of British after Italian, but today there is a big problem about agriculture. A lot of agriculture were developed in the wrong place. And finally, lots of farmers today in Australia are bankrupt. So this environmental imperialism, this is how people come with a notion of how they do they need to use the nature. They use it and they develop it very efficiently. But when there is a crisis like the climate change or COVID, but nothing is sustainable anymore. And one of the more biggest problem of Melbourne is, of course, because this is a British culture, so this extremely neoliberal. And there is, as you all know, there is a neoliberal term, and it started really at the end of the postmodernity, so late 70s, beginning of the 80s, when purely, as Castoriadis explained, the state just is here to be guided by the market, as we call state capitalism. So the market here, this is a real market, but the market orient everything in Melbourne. Everything is according to find the profit you can do. Here, this is an interesting market, but if you can see in the background, there is big tower. Those big towers are only here because there is now a lots of Chinese investor in Melbourne. Everything is owned by Chinese. The last 3 months, the prime minister here did a big mistake. He started to talk about the COVID coming from China. A lots of contract between Australia and China disappeared. Those towers are sometimes not even finished. They are empty. They will never be full again. So this, even the notion of what we call the CBD in Melbourne, and the center business district, start to be maybe considered as obsolete. So we just don't know what we are going to do with those buildings. We are designed for office, or we say not cheap, but finally very fancy apartments. They cannot be reconverted in different type of land use. So the old CBD, which is today completely empty, Melbourne is empty since now 4 months. And we are not coming back. So even the notion of the CBD in Melbourne, which is finally very new because it started really in the last 20 years. For people who came to Melbourne before, it was a very quiet city. Now the CBD start to emerge with lots of big tower, purely, as we call, a very Chinese skyline, but this is already the end, because a lot of people who finally were accepting to pay a lot of higher price in the CBD just realized since a few months, but maybe they don't need it. It was fancy to have a secretary, a lobby, lots of different office, but maybe people are working from home or working on different place, and they don't need to come back because it's extremely costly. So COVID was finally exploding the notion of how the city was finally articulated. But because also everything was not about daily life, it was not because people were here for different reasons and working. The only reason of this type of environmental fabrics was how they were finally positioned regarding the market. And the market today was Asia. There is for example, a new big airport in Perth, but everything stopped today. So this is why finally, this is interesting, how the city developed for a certain reason, not daily life, not because people have something to do. It's pretty much like a shopping mall when there is nothing to provide the goods in the shopping mall, and the shopping mall have no reason to be. So the whole city of Melbourne stopped completely during COVID. So this is, I'm not going to maybe show that to you, but this is exactly how individual and metropolis consider finally as purely here to work for the machine, like in metropolis. And when finally the city explodes, it's broken, but people have nothing to do here. You remember metropolis? So during the lockdown of Melbourne, you see it's pretty big. So me, if you can see, you can see my little mouse. I'm living around here. I'm living along the beach. So for me, I'm very cool. So I was teaching my student. I'm doing my project from my home, and I'm going to the beach late afternoon. It's very nice, but the entire city was locked. So Melbourne, in terms of the perimeter of the city, the blue line, and finally they expanded to the red line for some little district who were very, very populated. So everything here, we had nothing for mostly. So we had two lockdowns. So everything collapsed here, and it was a very, very authoritarian order. So it was decided not because people were afraid about finally how they're going to live in the city, but because finally the city had no other way to manage the daily life. So it was purely, and this is why this person today start to have a lot of problems, because a lot of people start to sue the city hall regarding psychological disorder, a lot of stress, but nobody had a way to finally to discuss this order. And it was, of course, the effect was purely a ghost town. And Melbourne is a ghost town since March. And so even me, I have no reason to go back to the city. Even the lockdown is finished since maybe 1 week and a half. But the damage is so big that we don't have to go again. But the problem is finally also this, how it reveals the fact that finally the urban fabrics was still here, but nothing was able finally to sustain the city. So this is a lot of paper was finally tried to explain how it didn't go as planned, but finally also it didn't go as how we can imagine how a city can react. There is a lot of problem in many, many cities, but here's the fact that we don't have any reason to go. There is no inhabitant, so there is no sound. There is no life. It's extremely disturbing. Change the way of finally how can we just consider why do we need to sustain such a city? Pretty much like you have a job and you get fired, and when the next job is coming, maybe I'm going to make a different choice. Maybe I'm going to find a job which is more important for me or for my family, but I'm not going to continue this system. So my idea is finally the way how COVID is able to reveal how this type of 19th century model bring people together, because this is the definition of the city, have to be reconsidered. We cannot continue like that, but also we need to go through different type of example around the world who finally was able to manage differently the management of the city. For example, in Seoul, and this is Seoul, maybe Seoul, I think it's pretty big as Sao Paulo. So I'm French, so I usually say Seoul is 6 times bigger than Paris. But here, this is what we call in terms of post-city, in terms of territory, it was impossible to lock everybody. And it was finally a good way. So the city was able to manage the hygienist policy with the citizens, and you see the lifestyle continue, and people were much more responsible. So the fact that finally there is not so many cases in Seoul, this is the fact that people were able to understand the problem, and were able to achieve a way that they have to have a different type of conduct how they lived in the city. We are not just finally like, for example, people in France who are finally locked and get crazy and they go to drink just before the lockdown, and just finally they like we call that the super spreader. They don't understand the reason why they have to do it differently. And this is when finally this type of city in Melbourne use people purely as cog for their mechanism, but don't responsible those people. And this is what we call city. And what I'm in my little text when I mentioned this notion of proto and post-city, today we have cities who finally were able to have a different type of discussion with citizens as people did before the 19th century. We had the same in Singapore. I have many friends. My wife, normally, she's teaching there. She was not able to go because we don't have airport as well, but they were able to manage. And Singapore is not really what you call a city, it's a state. So once again, they talk in terms of territory. So they don't have the same notion of city as the 19th century. Singapore have heritage of the 19th century, but how the city is designed is much related to the territory, and how finally different type of village, or what we call kampong, were able to finally to be off, to sleep, and some other to regenerate the economy. So the city was not able to regulate everything at the same time. And in Taiwan, it's the same. So there is a lot of different, what we call in terms of biosphere, different type of reactivity. And those cities were able to have different type of life. So this is, how can we understand this? The problem is, I think you didn't have the problem in Sao Paulo, but this is what I call the nepotism planning. You remember we talked about nepotism, about Trump, when he was putting his kids in a position. But when we designed the cities in the 19th century, it was pretty much the same. It was a certain type of people designing the city for themselves, for their family. And finally, people who were not able to achieve the benefit of what the city can provide to have an apartment, to go to the restaurant, but they were outside the city. So this city is just a city for a certain type of person and a certain type of economical dimension. And the problem is finally when you cannot develop the next step, but you have to erase everything. So the hygienist policy in the 19th century, you remember Haussmann when he destroyed everything finally because this is too poor, this is too dirty, we cannot explain people to do it differently. But this is exactly the same system as what happened in those places when they do a lockdown. They just consider this is not this is not sustainable. We cannot have the benefit of the resilience. We cannot talk to you. You just need to collapse. We just need to vanish. And we need to create this wall between finally what is healthy and not healthy. Well, I'm pretty sure you complain in Sao Paulo how people were able to let you having a life, maybe if it's dangerous, but it is a million times more interesting than being outside finally the problem and consider as a child not able to participate to the city management. So this is in terms of political ecology, how in your place you had a comprehensive understanding of the ecological design of what a city is, and this is your place. This is Sao Paulo. For me, it's a little bit funny because when I see these pictures, it looks like Paris. You have a building like it looks very European, but voilà, people were able to have a life, even in the same time, to be able to be responsible. And this is how we can consider how the city will start to change, and maybe for you, designer, to change the way how you can develop different modulation and different approach in the city. In Melbourne, there is just a status quo, and people are just going to get back to the same way as they lived before. But there is no understanding, there is no ability to learn from this practice. And this is what you can hear the sound of what you had in Sao Paulo. The acoustic ecology is a very interesting aspect because in Melbourne there is just no sound. And I'm using these images because it was in Iran the last year. When you have the sound in many cities, but it looks bizarre. Maybe in Sao Paulo you have, because in Brazil you have a lot of festival, but in many of our cities the sound is not very welcome. So for example here in Tabriz, in Iran, when there is the chip, when this kind of wildlife, non-human sound in the city, but it's not appropriate. We just don't consider the city now is able to finally to propagate this type of biosphere design. Similarly in India. So this is also the last year when I came to India. Even me, when I did the recording that we are going to hear now, it sounds bizarre. So in our city, every efficiency of the city was finally a way to minimize the sound, to minimize life. It's working as long as the city is able to work and to finally to perpetuate the first genesis of the city, which is finally to sustain the market for you to have life. But when usually, once again, the market disappears, nothing exists anymore. Here, this is certainly too much for us. But this idea that in our city, we cannot accept the sound anymore. It is also just a way to reveal the fact that this city planning, when it is very efficient, there is a university. This is where we came to make some workshop. And you can see here there is some little market, there is some house, and there is infrastructure. But I can tell you there is absolutely no life. And during the night, there is absolutely nothing. So this is finally how this city starts to develop this mechanism when the only reason is what it was designed for, but there is no other life. And for instance, here there is usually the most exciting aspect of those cityscape are now advertising or promotion of festivals. The city doesn't provide any excitement anymore. The biosphere is extremely binary. So finally, it's quiet in order for you to do what you have to do. But there is no surprise anymore. The biosphere is extremely limited. For a landscape designer as us, this is how we have in certain city when there is a certain type of biodiversity, like a park. And once again, if there is a mosquito or there is something which is a disturbance for this ecosystem, but the whole ecosystems collapse. So this is what this type of city, and this is what there is a problem of the proto and post city when this city are not able to finally to go beyond any type of crisis as we had today during the COVID. And this is what I talked to you about this diegetic kairos. Those cities today, and I don't think Sao Paulo was developed like that, but Melbourne certainly in this place in Iran it is developed according to chronos. There is a certain type of understanding of time. There is finally how we read the city for your daily life, how finally you're able to, in terms of weeks, in terms of months, to be able to provide the good for the city. but it's not according to what the topography of the city should do. And the kairos, and I'm going to explain it later, kairos is a different way to understand time. This is what you know, it's for instance, in terms of indigenous engineering, people have a very different consideration of time. And in tablets, I discover a different type of how the citizen finally can react inside the city. So here, this is a festival. It was developed after Lehman Brothers. So this is very, very Muslim. So I was here. I'm going just to show you a very, very short extract. It was very funny because I was in my taxi going to the airport, and people told me if you were in the street, it should not be very easy for you because finally those people are very anti-Western people. So this is after Lehman Brothers. So it's mostly like a radical Muslim, but it doesn't really matter. The idea that finally they started to create a certain type of community and a reason to be. So there is different type of restaurants. They create this kind of new community according to what they consider the most important place for them. So according to the kairos. So it's not according to the chronology of what the city expects from them, but according to what they consider the most interesting moment for them. Well, it's very, very short because I was on my taxi. But the idea is finally people start to regenerate a way to use the city, which is not finally developed and planned by how today finally city planners are finally consider citizen purely as a use for their plan, for their benefit, for finally how they evaluate the schedule of the city. So this is how kairos could be a good way for us to understand finally, before this model of the 19th century, cities were developed according to different type of model and were much more hybrid, as we have today. You are a urban designer, you know, in terms of land use, there is a lot of different mixed land use in those places. And this is because the kairos were developed as very different type of cooperation. And it remains us a lot of different myths that we have before. So people who finally are able to only work with the chronos, usually this is a Cain, this is a peasant, people who are very sedentary, who create the city and develop what we call the capitalism. And this is Melbourne. And there is Abel with the shepherd, is very nomad. He works in a very different place, and he's developed his way of life more according to the kairos. So this notion of how once is able to really emphasize the diversity, and the other one is finally in terms of speculative design is always, as you know, developing a mechanism which should be destroyed to be able to promote the next goods for the city. So you understand, once again, when we design open space according to this kind of mechanism of neoliberalism, is to propose a certain way of life which is going to be finally unsustainable or finally obsolete very soon, that have to be developed differently. Exactly like our phone, everything that we design finally have to get a very short moment of life to be able to be replaced by the next one. So this is a way how by chronos develop the city, and by a different mechanism like kairos, we are able finally to mitigate a different moment of the city. And once again, during COVID, in a big city, some places, some districts were able to fall asleep, to disappear, and some others were able to reactivate how finally people were able to sustain a different economy of the city. So not everything was according to one plan. And this is how can we get back to different type of practice to regenerate the biosphere. I'm showing that about indigenous Australian because once again, if we had this lockdown, which is extremely interesting in Melbourne, it didn't happen in many other places in Australia, when people have very, very different approach about how they have to be together. If there is a problem about the economy, they can do something else. In Melbourne, in Paris, maybe in Spain, we are not able to do something else. This is forbidden. So we just have to do what the city was planned for us, and we cannot do something else. I'm using this notion of diegetic, this idea that finally how the city always try to create what we call non-diegetic. So finally, in the city, we don't have the sound, we don't have the acoustic ecology. So here you can hear this is a non-diegetic sound. So this is the fantastic movie of Bakurao, and this is your movie. So you heard before, this is a diegetic sound. So in a city, when we can hear people, the sound of the bird, the sound of the wind, and another sound, which is finally a dub sound, which is what we call the music here. And this is what the city is developing today, the environmental fabrics we have today. I'm going to stop it. The city today finally minimize how us can expand our energy, our expression, and always dub a different type of sound. So this is this notion of diegetic kairos. And this is when finally I would like for us to understand this idea that finally in many places you can hear people walking. Still, even there is a COVID, there is a problem, for example, there is death in a village, because the city was developed to absorb the environment. It was not just a way to finally to minimize everything which is not interesting for the market, and finally to create a different type of sound. So us, for example, landscape designer as urban designer, our job usually is to recreate from the artscape, softscape, the size of the street. Our job is to create finally an acoustic ecology which is not disturbing for the citizen, which is finally convenient for the citizen. It's not too noisy, it's not too windy, there is not too much of everything. And once again, when this reason why this everything was developed is not there anymore, but nothing happened anymore. And this is what the problem of diegetic kairos coming from. This is most of the city I showed before, but the model of the 19th century city of Melbourne, finally, by recreate the sound design of everything, was not able to provide it anymore. And kairos, of course, as I said before, this is finally how in many, for example, districts in different cities, but we had different type of reason, different type of economy. I'm going to use again the example of your fantastic movie, because as I said to Manuel, this is a fantastic movie. But well, here, this is, for those who've seen the movie, there is a little place. Maybe this woman is not maybe secure here. This is very maybe too far from the city, but she have a reason to do it here. You're going to see. She had a reason to be here because certainly she had an economy. She had agriculture around. This is connected to what she have to do. And this is your fantastic actress. But well, this is the kairos. So this is finally how different type of component of our environmental fabrics can finally create a diversity of where we live, of our environmental fabrics. So this is what I'm trying to work with you, this notion of diegetic kairos is how can we finally reconsider the problem of how finally there is no life anymore in our city by the fact that finally we were only promoting certain environmental fabrics that we call city, agriculture, village, park, only for a model that doesn't exist anymore. This is 19th century. I'm French, and when I go to Paris, sometimes I'm a little bit embarrassed because it seems to be related to a certain type of people and generations that we don't belong anymore, but also we don't have the ability to have different life. For example, Haussmann was destroying a lot of kairos in Paris who were too anarchic. They were not able to be controlled by the cities in terms of hygiene, in terms of management, in terms of tax and how they lived. They were too independent. But this is how finally those places has a lot of different place, a lot of different economy, a lot of different acoustic ecology. So today we create the same acoustic ecology and sound design for all the cities, and everything's collapsed. So this is some of the recording I was doing when I was preparing this lecture, and this is some of the text I showed. But one of the very, very interesting aspects of COVID, as I said, this is the fact that those cities finally, you see those parks, there is no bird, there is nothing. So finally, even the nature was developed according to a certain model. And when you go to Australia, you have exactly the same trees, the same plants as we had in Europe. So finally, they were not able to explode. Maybe during finally what we can consider this good moment for the ecological crisis. So you can see here in those streets, this is the CBD, and this is packed with a lot of people. And maybe the only sound we can hear, maybe this is a bird, but not really. So my intention is how finally we can start to consider that how can now, by recording the city differently, start to really redevelop the fact that how the urban fabrics can be exploded, can be deconstructed to bring back the biodiversity in the city, and finally, very efficiently. And as I said, Melbourne is one of the most livable cities. So in the park, the streetscape, everything is in a way beautiful, but only according to the fact that this is very comfortable. This is culturally accepted, but only for a certain type of people who, when they go to work, it doesn't disturb them. So once again, when those people don't go to work, but everything is disappearing. So during this work, I was started to develop different type of recording the city, and I started to question, or this is maybe when with Manuel, maybe we can have a conversation later. How, from this notion of city, how can we start to reconsider this notion of territory? You understand this notion of post-nature? For us, landscape architect, usually we talk about the environment, the nature finally doesn't exist anymore. The environment is how the society was manipulating the nature. But how can we start to re-understand this idea of environment differently? And I was also did some recording along the beach in the bay of Melbourne, and how we can once again develop this notion of post-settlement, and in terms of kairos, how can we have different type of re-emerging system of daily life inside Melbourne. So in my lecture, there is 3 moments. Maybe Manuel, is it okay? I continue, or do you want to have a break? I continue? Okay.
I want to do, whatever. Au revoir.
Type, because I cannot hear your voice. If you want. It's okay? I change the micro, maybe you can talk. You can talk, Manuel.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Oh, I was saying that I was just writing. That would be nice if you could elaborate a little bit in the notion of Anthropocenic time, mainly when we talk about cities, when we talk about urban interventions or planning.
Do it again. Anthropogenic.
Anthropocenic.
As the Anthropocene.
Yeah, the Anthropocene.
But I'm not talking. I'm talking about that. But this is mainly you understand all this notion of Anthropocene, and this is the idea that we are in the moment of crisis. Here, I'm talking more about finally what is the sign. How can we understand? Okay, we are doing a lot of mistakes. This is what we in the Anthropocene. But this notion of acoustic ecology is one way outside the idea of tangible design that we can finally try to find another way. The idea that finally, once again, we need to change, as we call the glasses, and we talk about environmental hermeneutics. The Anthropocene is a malpractice regarding our expansion on the territory. But finally, we still consider the solution as a tangible solution. So we do the street differently, we change the city. So finally, considering the fact that maybe we are going to start to listen as a lot of different culture did before, a lot of different people still do outside the mechanism of the city planning that we developed in the 19th century, could be a way to start to develop different type of approach. So my second moment here, it's mainly more about finding what is the design philosophy of acoustic ecology. If we start to see the city a little bit differently once again, regarding a vision that it seems that the city model that we had for the past 2 centuries is very not comfortable with. So the fact that we reduce the sound design, we manipulate the sound so much, because it seems that we don't know what to do with. Us landscape designers, sometimes we propose model for different type of community, and they don't understand. They say, but finally, you are proposing a mechanism which is finally polluting, destroying for our economy. You're not even sure that finally it's going to be able to sustain the next generation. So I'm not even sure my kids are going to continue your agriculture or the different economy. And you want me to destroy what finally I had before, was here since centuries. But usually those people paid attention to the environment very differently as we did, but paid attention also, they were able to listen the environment. So this is what it's not really like, it's not a provocation at all, of course, but it's just a way that finally this is extremely interesting for me when I'm talking to Australians, for instance, to say, but look, it's not working at all. Because today, Australian, for example, because it's called, once again, most livable city, consider this is a model that everybody should have. So, when I was living in Japan, I remember some people were looked down Korea. But Japanese, when they destroyed Korea at the beginning of the 19th century, 50 years after, they realized, in fact, it's not working for Japan. So they stopped it, but they destroyed it. It was too late. Australia is the same. They destroyed everything, so they only have one system. But when we told them that maybe you can start to have a different way to understand why we did a mistake, or once again, if we get back to your notion of Anthropocene, why we came up with so many mistakes, they just don't know how to do it differently. The fact that finally to be able to understand a society who develops their settlement and the city differently, they just don't know. So COVID it's like an opportunity for people to say, but look, pretty much like, yes, you looks good, your haircut is nice, you have a nice t-shirt, but it's not working. So you look at how people are bankrupt, stress, lots of anxiety. So it's more Anthropocene. This is the environmental crisis, but it's also an ontological crisis. The fact how we behave according to how we move on Earth is problematic. We are using the nature in a certain way that not every society are considered the norm. So this COVID is a good opportunity to say the model you had was very efficient, fantastic. When I first came to Australia, I said, "Wow, this is fantastic because we have every shopping mall that UK have. It's great, but we are in Australia, so it's bizarre. So this is fantastic, but it seems that your model is purely a colonized model. But once again, when the climate change warn us about finally there is a problem, it's too hot, or finally like COVID, how do you react? That's the problem here. We don't. As I shown you, we just ask people to stop everything, not to do everything, and wait to start the same model again. So finally, to be able to pay attention to the fact that no, we should have bird, we should hear the wind, we should have people here because there is people who are living here. So how people cannot just participate in the daily life to discuss like any public realm. I'm going to the public realm, I'm talking, I say, well, I'm not happy, I pay tax, I'm a citizen, I accept the contract. And suddenly there was a police who told me, but finally I'm not allowed to participate anymore. So I'm just here for one moment of this contract. Once again, I'm part of the deal, but only when it benefits to you. But it's also in terms of Anthropocene, how the non-human, the wildlife, the bacteria, everything which is not anthropogenic regarding human being was never welcome. So we minimize everything. And the fact that if we start to reconsider the city, but finally how the city can find a way to amplify non-human. Me, when I was in school, I did a fine art school before, and I always said, I hate park. I'm a landscape architect, but I don't like park. So my family come from agriculture. We lived in the countryside. So I love going to the territory when people are doing something. This is what my life is about. And I don't like going to a park when I feel this is just how urban designer we are developing a moment when there is a life, there is a vibrant city. And when people are too tired, they go to a park to sleep. There is no sound. There is no mosquito. There is no too much bird. There is no danger. It's not the nature. It's a very, very organized nature. And this is how we organize the environmental fabrics. Everything is very convenient. But once again, when there is one moment of problem, nothing works anymore. So the sound is just not the fact that it could be a solution, but it's a revelation to say, but pretty much like a couple in a restaurant. When the guy stops talking and the woman don't talk anymore, say, oh, this couple is bizarre. So this is exactly the same system here. The city is still remain as it is. The building, the shop are here. Everything is here. But finally, one of the other components, which is the non-human, the sound, the bird, the wind, as I said, it's not ventilated. So finally, by now redesigning the city, by doing what we call in urban design comprehensive analysis through the acoustic ecology, can start to reveal different type of disposition of the biosphere to develop city differently. But as I said, this is not like a new parametric design. It's pretty much how we design city before the 19th century. This is how finally, as we call the definition of the city, where people meet. This is where, in terms of kairos, people consider the appropriate moment for them. It's not too far from, like we say in Europe, too far from Rome, but this is a good place to do something like agriculture, to manage my life. And this is how I'm going to develop my village, and I'm going to develop this kind of surrounding and how the city will be developed. We don't do this anymore. And just COVID is a good revelation to understand that finally the way how we once again think the city in terms of tangible design might be not appropriate to resolve the problem of the Anthropocene, because finally, we need to be able, once again, to be supported by the nature and not only manipulated the nature. I have another part of the lecture after, but everybody know. Yes, Manuel, you want to say something?
I was just I just asked you to elaborate a little bit, because the notion in Brazil, this approach relating the geological era, the Anthropocene, and the reinterpretation of its meaning in urbanism and in planning is not that common. It's not that well known. That's why I asked you to elaborate a little bit. Just for you guys to understand it a little bit better. I mean,
so now it's clear.
It's all clear. In a way, it's associated to an environmental collapse, or the collapse of the environment, and therefore the need for another approach. Not only the humans prevailing over the nature, but nature being a fundamental element. And some thinkers argue that from the 50s on, what we really have is what they call a urbanocene. Beginning in the notion of the Anthropocene, they developed another concept related to all that Alban is explaining, and some of these authors, some of these thinkers, name this new era as a urbanocene. Urbano in the sense of Alban was talking before. The city, the notion of city is obsolete, or at least it's questionable. So what we have? Do you wanna have a break, Alban?
Me, I'm good, but it's up to your student. If you want to go anywhere you want, it's up to you.
Okay, let me ask them. What do you want, guys? Do you want to have a short break for 10 minutes? Do you want to, let's go on? What do you want to do?
I see some notes. Yeah. I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah.
So let's have a break for 10 minutes?
Yeah, good. Great.
Okay. So it's a 10 minutes break, right?
Good. Well, Manuel, it's okay. It's not too long. Okay, good. Yeah.
No,
it's,
go
it's
ahead.
okay. It's okay. No. The lecture. It's okay.
Yes, it is. Sure.
Good.
Sure.
Well, see you. Yeah.
Later we will ask them how do they, what their perspective.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good. Let's break.
Hi, Alban. Your mic is off. Your microphone is off.
Yeah. I say you are tired?
No,
Huh?
I'm not tired. A little bit worried with other things, but
A little bit
no big
worried?
deal. What?
You are worried?
Yeah, worried, but no, not with familiar questions.
Okay.
No big deal.
Everybody very, very professional. They are back
Yeah,
when they have to. Yeah.
it's kind of a mosaic, I mean,
Mhm.
places start popping out on the screen. Okay, we restart whenever you want.
Okay. Well, so the next moment I'm going to talk is more finally what we can expect, as I said, about if we take this new parameter of acoustic ecology, finally what people are trying to achieve. Maybe also, as Manuel was doing, if there is a lot of keyword and I'm using, and you just, because usually I'm using words that you know, but you would like to have more better understanding, just note them and get back to me after. Similarly, as I'm talking a lot about what we call the sustainable development, that we all know what is it. And I'm strongly against the sustainable development. Once again, I'm in Australia, I'm from Europe, you're from Brazil, and you have different type of culture. But sustainable development was developed according to a Protestant philosophy of how people understand the relation to nature. So finally, for me, when I was the sustainable development was started to really pop up when I was in Japan. And in Japan, people are, of course, not Protestant, so they have very, very misunderstanding of what this relation to nature is. So finally, this is the same when I'm talking about that. You may have very, very different approach in Brazil regarding how a society is using the nature. Sustainable development was developed in 87 by our nature, the contract developed in 87. It's a German mechanism on how society is using the nature. This is, if we get back to this notion of the Anthropocene, this is finally the same mechanism who created the problem. What we call green capitalism is finally how can we have the same way to use the nature according to a certain culture, but not everybody have this same notion. So when I'm working from people in Philippines, in Hong Kong, they have very different way of finding in terms of environmental ethics, how they consider their relation to this biosphere, the city, and how finally we can achieve a response to the Anthropocene. So there is a lot of different approach. What I'm trying to say again, in a city when finally we just realize this model is obsolete, but we need to get back to different kind of practice, and acoustic ecology in our model could be one way. For instance, you have a lot of indigenous population in Brazil, but in Australia, the conversation between Westerner and indigenous doesn't exist because this relation to nature is so different. So there is no conversation possible. So once again, when we try to resolve the problem of our model with collapsing regarding COVID, we use it according to the same relation to nature that we have. And sustainable development is one of those mechanisms, but this is the same how the modernity from the past century was manipulating the nature. But once again, there is society who are able to pay attention, to listen to the environment, and according to how the nature is talking to us, create settlement, that one we will call cities, or create different type of agriculture, and are going to do it in a way that they achieve a good relation to the nature. Our society, us Westerner, or maybe you're not consider yourself as the same model as we had in the 19th century, but we produce the same response regarding the response to the Anthropocene. Who created the Anthropocene? Einstein said we cannot use the same mechanism who created the failure of the system to resolve it. And today, regarding how we sustain our cities, but we use the same attitude regarding the environment by manipulating this nature, as we did in the 19th century, who collapsed for the past few months, how we never been able to pay attention to the biosphere to make sure this biosphere is alive and able to provide us a better environment. We still have the idea to finally to use it for a certain benefit. This is what I'm explaining. To finally using intangible landscape. Intangible landscape, once again, this is non-human, but this is also the relation to people. Could be a solution to resolve the problem of the failure of the city model or the environmental fabrics model who collapsed during the COVID. Okay? So now I'm going to share once again, this is a lot of keywords that I'm pretty sure you know. I'm just put that a lot in your face that you maybe it's a lot, but here what I'm going to talk more about finally how acoustic ecology could be a solution. So I'm getting back to my presentation. So how acoustic ecology is a different type of environmental ethics. And the environment, once again, you know what is it, but finally, usually I have to explain it to my student of landscape architecture, so it's not very, very clear for everybody. I'm putting my micro, normally the sound is better. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So the environment is how the society manipulates the nature. And the ethics is how finally we have a certain way to behave regarding this nature. And we have a lot of different ones in Brazil, in Europe, in Australia, in indigenous community, in Japan. The way how a society responds to the nature is extremely different. So the acoustic ecology could be a way to finally to take a distance, once again, as I said, to a model which is considered as the only model that we have to do. Our Chinese students, for example, in Australia, continue now to develop their city according to our model. They don't understand how Chinese society was able to find to sustain agriculture and settlement for the past centuries. So they start now to really just duplicate this environmental ethics developed during the 19th century. So the acoustic ecology could be, once again, a way to change the parameter, pretty much once again as a parametric design. We just need to change the parameter. Most of the time I talk about paramedic, so we need to be able to finally to help the environment and not just to use as the parametric design of Schumacher or Zaha Hadid with purely numerical parameter. So there is different way to pay attention to the environment. So a lot of acoustic designer or sound designer finally today they propose a way to finally to boost the environment. They start to create different type of acoustic proposition, but usually you see they propose that most of the time with headphones. They start to say, but finally the city could be different, could have a different type of biosphere. So they start to explain there is something missing in our life. But finally, once again, how us as a designer can we design the city finally not to be able to need this type of apparatus, this kind of gadget, but be able to really have a different type of expression of the biosphere in our cities. I'm using also this lecture thanks to Manuel because this is some of the project I developed long time ago. So when I was a kid, and I developed a lot of projects. For example, here I was proposing a study about an opera about Schoenberg. Schoenberg in the opera, there is a woman who is recitating the poem about the nature, and I was finally reenacting me as a protagonist of the opera to understand what we call the environmental construction of the reality. She started to talk about a certain nature, and my idea was finally, but how, in terms of construction, can we start to explain what type of culture are we talking about in this opera? I was using a lot of different tools. I'm going to close my window. I'm cold. It starts to be cold. I was using a lot of funky mechanism, but finally, this is what I'm doing still now. How what we hear and what we see, finally, there is a connection. So there is this kind of cultural landscape referent regarding, for example, a city. Where you see a city, you expect to listen something. But if you change the sound and the visual, once again, there is a question. So we usually here, I was, you see, this is me. I was projecting a panorama I was developing in different type of environment. It was, you see, it was me with a camera. When you record a bathroom or when you record a house, you expect to hear what you see, because this is finally what normally the fabrics that you develop normally should present to you here. But if you change the sound to what you see, finally you question the fact that you had a referent, but finally this is purely cultural. So how can you understand that this construction is purely a moment of your culture, but it should be maybe sometimes disarticulated and redisposed differently. Here you see I was doing a lot of funky project. I was recording, it was for a CD-ROM. I was recording the sound of what we call mundane commands. It was the sound, you see, of the car. So I was doing some recording when I was a kid to find to question this type of commands. There is a lot of place in our daily lives that finally we consider knowing what it sounds, what the sound design is, but it's purely cultural. So if we start to question every parameter, we might be able to have different understanding of our environment. You see, I was doing some recording. And here it was also an exhibition I did. I'm going to show a lot of projects also what I'm doing now with my student. It was an exhibition about finally a park. It was in France. And there is a park with a lot of fountain. So I proposed that in an exhibition. But once again, I was trying to question the lineage. Here there is a fountain. And if you don't see the source of the fountain, do you understand finally there is water here with associated to what you see, but it also is associated to the topography. So always my work with acoustic ecology is the fact that pretty much like Kandinsky, what you see and what you hear should normally have a connection, but in many design, how now we design public realm and cities, there is a disconnection. So how, once again, when sometimes you go to the countryside, there is a strong connection of what you see and what you hear. And sometimes, as I shown you in India or in Iran, but sometimes it's a little bit disturbing. We are not finally accustomed today to have everything what we see as a possible expression. Everything is conducted, is guided, and this is a problem of our cities today. So I was doing some different type of recording. I was doing some competition for some garden. How funny when you sit in a park, you can create a different type of sound. Once again, to question the fact that the sound design could be manipulated, but once again, it's too manipulated today. And as I said, in Australia, there is a very strong history about sound design. So since I'm here, I start to work with a lot of acoustic designer. France is very, very important. That you know Pierre Schaeffer, who created what we call the concrete music, started to make some symphony about the natural sound of the industry, of the daily life. But in RMIT, there is another type of movement. So they are very, very powerful by developing different type of designer who purely work with the acoustic ecology. There is a lot of department in RMIT who sound designer are only specialized about how they observe, and they start to propose different type of visualization or understanding or vision about what we see, where we live, but purely with the sound parameter. So it's extremely interesting what I met here. I never saw so many people involved in this parameter. So this seminar is a seminar I developed with my student, and it's called Sensory Landscape, and it was developed with an indigenous community. So these pictures that you see here, it's not a jail, but when the colonialists came in Australia, they park a lot of indigenous community in places. And I was working with those people. This is called Corendor, because finally, once again, I'm going to show the picture. You see, this is the indigenous people in the beginning of the century. They were parked here, and they suffered a lot about finally how a society was developing his life, the settlement. So all around now Corendon, there was a beautiful winery. So wine is very famous in Australia. But it seems that for them, every planning, every design from a certain society is detrimental to their daily life, to how they live. So me, as I always work with indigenous community in Japan, Korea, Singapore, I started to develop, as I explained before, this notion of intangible landscape design. So before being able to, as we all do, to propose on the market a product, this notion of finally just design is extremely important. But when we visit a site, we talk to the stakeholders with the ideas that we are going to propose a tangible design, we are missing a lot of information. And those people have a very, very interesting way to benefit from the society. So this is, once again, they don't participate so much in the economy and the daily life of Australia because their understanding of the environment is very, very different. So here I came with my student to the idea of finally we are going to observe what we have here. Maybe we can help you. Maybe we can provide a design. They were developing a lot of fantastic projects, but first we are going to initiate what I call an environmental observatory. So first, we are going to pay attention to what's really happening here, to teach my student to finally, before they may be able to provide a tangible design who is going to change people's daily life, first learn how can you pay attention to where they live and how they themselves are part of the environment. If we get back to this notion of Anthropocene, it's because it seems that we have a duty since the 19th century to use the nature for something. Indigenous people, or at least autochthonous practice, had a reciprocity system, this idea, but finally I need to give back to the environment what I get. And this is what we stop learning, us expert in the built environment. Wherever we go, we try to provide something first to sustain our economy. If you are urban designer or landscape architect, you have to make a project in order finally to get money, but you lost this ability to finally to really understand the dynamic of the site. So teaching my student to learn from people who listen to the environment, teach them finally to propose an acoustic design. They are going to propose a project, but first by paying attention to be able to accumulate information who are in the air, who are part of the topography, who are part of the climate. If there is a different type of trees, different type of agriculture here, it's because of the biosphere. So they start to aggregate different type of parameters by component to later be able to provide something who can finally improve or at least achieve what the stakeholders here try to develop by themselves. So here, for instance, the community was developing a fantastic project of rejuvenation. They plant a lot of indigenous plantation, and they don't need us. So how teaching the student finally, once again, when there is a system which is not working, for example, here, this is also a metaphor of what's happening with COVID. They don't want us to go. They didn't wait for us, but they may need us. But how can we start to finally be able to be penetrated by their daily life, by how they understand the environment, to later, by changing how we adjust, we recompose all those components to propose something to them, to get back something to them. So this is, as I said, learning from people who listen the environment, but also learn how to listen the environment. So it was mainly a funny game that the students were able to find to listen the nature, the river, how the society was using the river, but finally not destroying the river because they need it, but how this humidity creates a certain type of environment, and how the acoustic ecology changed the way that, yes, at the end of the day, as any expert of our discipline, they may be able to provide something tangible, but they come from a very, very different perspective. And this is how, I would say, inhabitant of any territory did before the 19th century. Before they were in this model of finally the market, these models of life in the city is the only reason to be. They start to understand different way of life, and later to contribute to different type of people. So acoustic ecology, once again, is just a way to say, well, yes, you have the tangible parameters that you might be able to understand because this is your culture, but this is one of the segments, one of the layers of how this biosphere is conducting the energy, who's helping people to have a life here. And this is very funny because, of course, my students, as I say, we have a lot of Chinese students. All my students are Chinese. And they came here for meeting an indigenous community. So they say, oh, we are going to see people in tribe and with the youth. And of course not. So those people, those indigenous community, but they are living like us. So Mark, it's, as I didn't say, but this community is extremely famous because this is when the resistance from the indigenous Australian came from. But they are living a life like anybody. So they have agriculture, they have a barn here, and there is a guy who was doing like a techno music. So the students were very disconcerted. They start to pay attention to the environment, but also, this is what was funny for me. I started to tell them, but even when they use our way of life, they use it differently. So start to really pay attention to people before you might be able to propose what you ask. Because they are not bankers, they are not sushi master, they are not just going to be landscape urbanist or landscape planner, but at least they start to aggregate a lot of different ways to navigate in this environment. And they propose a lot of different movies, funny. They started to play with the sound, to play with this information, and they get back to the society to explain their view of the sound. So they did all the recording on the side. This is a map of the site. And they started to question everything. And they created a narrative because they had to explain their vision about their project to the community. And this student finally was also able to create a parallel between what's happening in China with the fact that a lot of, because of the globalization in China, we had the same problem because, as I always say to my students, you have indigenous people in China, but you are, because my Chinese students are rich, this is why they came here, they belong to a certain type of community, and they look down different type of people. They don't pay attention to what exactly China can provide, but this student was able to create a parallel. I'm not showing everything, so if you go to my website, there is all the movie, but she was trying to create a very interesting movie when at the end she started to talk about the same phenomenon and the same anger those communities are feeling when they see us coming, to what the Chinese people today are feeling in China. It's maybe obscure to you, but the movie was extremely well received in terms of charge and emotion by the community. Once again, because we didn't propose first a project, we started to create a narrative of what we feel regarding their daily life and how they behave, and regarding how they can accept us as people to provide a solution, regarding the fact that there is what we call a special curriculum. There is a curriculum in those places. There is an emotion. There is an environmental psychology. So the student was able to finally to recreate a narrative to finally, before to propose a response, by the sound, by the understanding of how they have different ways to understand the environment, to start to create a debate. So this is what I'm using acoustic ecology with my student, because as I mentioned before, we have this notion of ecological democracy. Today, citizens are able to say no. When they say, but this is absurd, I'm going to pay more tax again for this street, for this project. So I don't understand what you want from us, but your project doesn't work. You create a park, you create a shopping mall. We don't go, we don't have time. It's not useful for us. I moved to this city because of this type of ambition. You put us in our mind, but this is not us. We don't use it. And people today are creating a lot of problem and disturbance in our economy. Urban designer, landscape architect, usually they stop project. So my project, when I talk at the beginning of environmental mediation, is how I can try to find different approach for the new generation of built environment, to start to at least to pay attention to people, to acknowledge where they live, what type of dynamic they have, and to engage a debate by at least able to create a narrative of their project, but without proposing already a project, because this is very offensive for a lot of community. And today in COVID, people who are going to say, but fine, your project doesn't work, and you come up with the same solution. You have the ability, you as a designer, to say, no, this is completely different, but it's exactly the same model. The way how you put me as a cog, once again, in your city machine, it's pretty much the same philosophy. So by changing the approach, help the student to start to engage at least a conversation. And this is what public realm was about at the very beginning. The politician, the merchant, and the mother was raising the kids, were able to come to the public realm at least to discuss. And the acoustic ecology, it's one way to reinitiate a dialogue between the component, the triumvirate of city, the market, the politics, and the civil society. Here, it's another seminar we developed. It's called Sonic Biotop, you see. And it was interesting because it was in a cancer center. So we were asked by the cancer center. So they had a new fantastic building, as you said. They say maybe it's missing something. So with the student, we started to develop this notion also of care therapy. That once again, the building is brand new, so they might not think they need us, but how can you start to develop different approach about this? It's an interior design approach, but finally regarding the sound and regarding maybe if you plant something, if you bring something, it's also vehicled by a sound and it's also moved by the sound. So the students started to change the way of finally how the sound was maybe missing here, because as I say, this model in terms of hygiene make no sound for the people who have cancer or in a situation of fragility, but maybe the sound was able to finally to re-stimulate how we call the bioorganism. So finally, it was once again missing one of the very important components of our life, and the student came up with very funky ideas. So here was a lot of project, and here was finally how the sound was able to stimulate the plant, and the plant was stimulated by the movements of people. So how finally, when you design different parameters, they started to change finally the power of this type of intangible component, which is the sound, which is the movement of the trees. So they started to create a lot of different approach, but how, once again, it was the sun for the plant, and the plant moving in a certain way according to the different type of what we call temporal ecology. And there is not the same humidity, the same type of luminosity during the day, during the night, and it creates a different type of sound. So how all these different type of parameters change the way how they, once again, they propose a design response. They were not just providing plant because this is nicer, because this is green, but because there is another benefit to pay attention to this type of environment. So they created a different type of sound according to different plants, and how different plants created different sound, and how it was, in terms of environmental psychology, beneficial for people. Here it was a very interesting, funny project because they created an app on the phone. But so the idea is that some people would like to go somewhere, but going somewhere for something which is finally not just a place. It was also a place with a lot of atmosphere. This is what we call in terms of atmospheric design. So for example, here there is this idea that if you would like to bring the patient sometimes to a market, it's not just because they can buy stuff, but the market is when there is an atmosphere, people are talking, it's noisy. There is a lot of sudden information that finally, which is completely sclerosed in a hospital, and this is the benefit of going to this type of place when finally the different sound design re-stimulate people in terms of how they can fight the cancer, they can feel more alive. So the student was finally, by recreating all this kind of mechanism regarding different type of parameter, was at the end, this is the exam of how they propose their project. They were just recreating the market, but just to say, but finally, going to a market in terms of acoustic ecology is sometimes the reason why the city is existing. And it's just not today as a way to entertain, as I shown you the market in Melbourne, tourists by having some kind of sushi, kebab, whatever kind of world food, but because there is a certain type of smell, sound, that finally the city make people more alive. And the way how we control more and more the acoustic ecology just kill first the potential of every non-human component we have in a city, but once again, kill the reason of the city when there is one of the strongest components that we call the globalization, which is missing. So the students started to redevelop different type of approach of, I will say, urban design, because it was purely in an urban environment, but by observing their response from a very, very different type of approach, by the sound, by the smell. And a lot created different type of response. And this is my last seminar. We started to work recently. You want to say something to me, Manuel? No? Yeah? No. I was working the last semester on a very, very fantastic subject about marine environment. So you, urban designer, us, landscape designer, we don't have anything to do when there is no landscape or terrestrial environment. So when there is inside the sea a protected area, we just don't know what to do. We just don't know finally what is the issue, how can we propose a response. A lot of students finally were questioning. We had students with a marine environment in Brazil. So I had 22 students. So we had 22 marine parks in the world. They were observing the problem of the Anthropocene. Why do we need to protect those places? Are we protecting those places from their own problem or from them? Are we the person who finally make those places in danger? But also what those places are. So once again, in terms of design, if we would like to resolve the problem, can we change the way that finally we created maybe a pollution for the past century? And if we continue to the same model, once again, some of the metabolism of Kenzo Tange in the Bay of Tokyo. He was designing the city in the bay. He was using exactly the same model of the modernity. So here it was funny. How can you work in what we call non-anthropogenic design? Not from the only perspective of human being. Try to understand this marine environment for non-human interaction and still be able to propose a design. So I had a lot of fantastic projects. Once again, if you go to my website, there is a really, really interesting project. But I'm going just to show this project was developed through the acoustic design. And we have some student from Italy. He's Australian, but his family from Italy. And he was observing a site in Italy purely about the sound. And once again, he was proposing different booths. I'm not going to show too much because it's purely a sound design project, but finally, how it can help people to learn why this place was so important in the first place, disappeared in the last century because people, once again, like you and me, when they go there is no shopping mall, there is no village. I just don't understand the reason why this place was so important. By acknowledging, I don't know if it's the correct word, but the reason why this place is important is was able to reveal the sense of this place and maybe to explain to people what type of designs they have to do to protect it. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it should work. It's purely sound design. It's in a very arid land, and the student was developing purely a different boot. There is no sound now; it's coming later. So this is why in Italy, atmospheric design response. Well, all these three parts are different boots, but for people to start to learn again how the site is already providing a lot of information. I'm going to stop now because it's a little bit complicated for you to see here. But the idea was, once again, to engage finally a debate with people who might be able to protect it, but don't know regarding our economy, what to explain to us about the site before we might be able to, once again, to create a design proposal to be able to sustain it. So once again, the bell was a very important reason finally to be able to control the logistic of the boat. And this is why this place was extremely significant. But there is no boat anymore. So the place disappeared. And now, exactly like, the Niagara Fall, when you go to the Niagara Fall, you see the Niagara Fall, and on the other side, you see a shopping mall. So people, they just don't understand anymore, finally, the meaning of those places. In Australia, the last week, a tree of 800 years old, with what we call a direction tree for indigenous people, was cut down to develop a new infrastructure, a new road. And a lot of people were finally completely in despair because it was extremely meaningful for why they are living here. And this kind of information doesn't mean so much for our built environment expertise. So we need to relearn a lot of finally information to explain why people are living somewhere. But before, once again, before the 19th century, before this model that we call city. In terms of proto and post, there is a possibilities, but we need to start observing our environmental fabrics with different type of parameters. Okay? Hop. Voilà. So once again, what is the sound design philosophy? This is what I'm trying to develop, and what I'm working with a student, what I'm going to work again with some friends. This is one of my friends, Philippe Samardis, who is usually working with the sound design in Antarctica or in Italy. But once again, he's a sound designer. We are not sound designer, and I'm not only working with sound design, but I'm working to stimulate different way to change and to regenerate our environmental fabrics. And there is a lot of information what we have during the postmodernity to understand this. What we call the discrepancy between finally what we see and what we heard. Usually we estimate this is usually in the 60s when finally the disconnection was so big. I'm talking to you about the city, this notion of 19th century, but in the 60s, this is when usually I'm using a lot of movies about this moment. This is when finally there is a complete separation. So now we have our generation complete inability to come back again. And how from neoliberal territories finally does not help people who have different type of approach to come back to our cities. And us who are designing this type of model, and we consider this is finally the model we have to propose to the rest of the world, we don't understand that finally it's just a certain moment of time, and COVID, but maybe it was just a warning for us to say, but this is finished. And this model that we developed and how Paris was promoting everywhere in the world, it's finished, it's gone. Saskia Sassen, it's already like 1991 when she was developing this notion of global cities. This is the idea that finally there is, in terms of post-city, there is different way to understand how cities were developed, and still, Tokyo, Osaka, this is 400 kilometers, this kind of post-city are able to recreate this notion of territory and how people are able to vehicle inside this territory. I love this movie because it's a very, very good way to understand how there is a culture clash, and since when it doesn't work anymore. We cannot go back anymore. We have different type of daily life, and since the 60s, only one succeeded. The Western is a creation in USA, but it's just a way to understand, as I said before, the nomad
and the peasant, people who created the city and capitalism, and the nomad, who is creating the economy of nomadism, cannot combine. You recognize Kirk Douglas, but this is finally this idea that people who are stabilizing this society in what we call cities exclude different type of people who are finally nomad, who had different type of approach of the environment. We know since Chernobyl and Fukushima that the environment have no limit, but in our cities we consider there is a finitude. There is just one place when we do the city, and there is a beginning when there is an end. And us, landscape urbanists, landscape architects, but we start to recreate a different type of notion of diversity in terms of temporal ecology, when finally there is this kind of constant ecological design, and how we try to explain that this model of the city finally is unsustainable. It's purely unsustainable. It doesn't work. And COVID, once again, was a good way to show that finally this is not practical. This is just working with, once again, a model of economy. And when this model of economy disappears, like a domino, everything's destroyed. Nothing works anymore. And this notion is helped through what we call, you all know this notion of constructivism, what you call this construction of the reality. And this idea since the 60s, we started to understand that finally the environment is a construction. So we need to understand, we constructed the environment, but because it was deconstructed, we might be able to reconstruct again. So you know this movie, this Antonioni movie, Blow Up, when finally you remember he takes a picture, and the movie is 1966. He takes a picture, but finally what he sees is not really what he sees. It was a construction. And he was, in the movie, started to understand that finally I need to understand what exactly, in terms of culture, what I see. And in terms of sound, it's exactly the same. So what do I really see? And you know Brian De Palma. So this movie is Blow Up. And Brian De Palma, 10 years after, this movie, Blow Out. And he did this movie. This is with this very famous actor as well. So there is a sound, but once again, the sound says something that we don't know how to read it anymore. The sound explains something in the movie. There is an accident, but regarding how the city is orchestrating the sound in the city, we don't know how to read the sound anymore. So this kind of idea of finding the construction of the reality with the constructivist movement, the idea that finally we need to deconstruct. And this is this notion of postmodernity. We need to understand that finally everything was a construction. It's not the nature who did it. So when there is something which is not working anymore, but we need to deconstruct it, we need to desarticulate every component to understand what is a malpractice, what is the bacteria in this kind of organism who finally doesn't help this organism to regenerate itself. And once again, COVID is a good way to understand that it's purely like a machine. There is no, in terms of biotechnological design, anything natural. And it was okay for a certain time, but it might be a good moment for us to bring back nature, bring back different type of diversity inside this kind of environment to be able to regenerate the next city. So this idea was we have this understanding that we minimize, we reduce, in terms of sanitization the city, but this is not normally a fantastic expression of life. And this is what we lived in the lockdown. We felt very miserable. No sound, no birds, no life. We were not able to do anything. just realize this is not why we came to live in the city. This is where we came here to be empowered, to have a lot of opportunity, and finally, we just been told that the only reason we are here disappear, and we just need to get back in our home, because this is the only reason what we are here to have the city. In terms of corporatism, so there is this type of social management who belong to the city of the 19th century, that once again, not every society and every territory manage. So once again, I've never been to Sao Paulo, but I know in Europe and in Asia, a lot of people were looking at us to say, but fine, this is miserable, the fact that you are not able to help your own city. You belong to a mechanism that, once again, pretty much like a factory, when the market is failing, you are fired. You have no purpose, you have no reason to be in the city anymore. And this is, well, there is a lot of study about acoustic ecology, who finally, everything, as I say, is about finally how can we minimize the sound. So every sound design we have in the city was finally how we reduce everything. So there is a lot of system I would call the acoustic horizon, that how can we read the city finally to be not disturbing for the economy, for the citizen, for the circulation, the logistic, but not be able to empower the biosphere. So it's a lot of old system of analyze how can we finally make the city more and more efficient. So you see, well, there is a lot of, and today we do a lot in terms of engineering, what we call the noise mapping, but it's not to finally to say how the noise could be beneficial or the noise is created by certain contingents. It's a problem. The sound in any city is finally considered as a problem, and not any way to finally to be a part of the daily life or of a normal production of the city. So this is an interesting aspect of finally we only finally, because we are not selling atmospheric design, we are only selling goods that people can buy. And the acoustic ecology was finally, for the past 1 or 2 centuries, eradicated about the knowledge about how can we sustain our propagation on the territory. And I'm pretty sure you, in your school, you never have any course about the acoustic ecology, how finally the acoustic ecology from different village or different city in Brazil sound different, and it should change the way how you're going to develop streetscape, public realm, the height of the building. So it's usually every engineering we propose is always to reduce, to hide, to mute the biosphere. And one of the very interesting aspects is when it was in Kobe. So when I was in Kobe in 2015, Kobe, you know, the beef of Kobe is very famous, but I'm not talking about the beef. It's a new city because it was, well, you know, there is a tsunami. The last I was in Japan when the tsunami happened in 2012, but in 2000, this is not the right date. It's 1995. There is a tsunami earthquake in Japan, and Kobe was completely collapsed. So they redesigned the city, but they redesigned the city in a fantastic. It's not modern; it's hyper modern way. So when you go to Kobe, it's extremely, I would say, convenient. It's very sexy. It's very Japanese, but it's silence. There is you hear nothing. I was very surprised that you can hear the foot of people. There is no life at all in the old city. So of course, in a way that this is what we call this type of 80s modernity that is very sexy. People are with their Walkman or their iPhone, and they have a very, very technological life, but there is no life. There is no nature. And this is extremely interesting because Japan is very famous for finally having a very different type of approach regarding their nature. Their environmental ethics is very different, but Kobe was a pure product of It's not even Brasilia that you have in Brazil. It's a pure product of what we call a parametric design. It was purely an efficient city redesigned according to our parameter, and life doesn't exist. It's purely a machine. But before, well, in Japan, we had a very different way to design the city according to the sound. So here you understand this is a gate. This is a metaphor of the gate in Sakai. But it was a way finally to accumulate the sound in the city. And so here, when you are here, finally, like a receptacle, you hear the valley. So this place is finally the reason why people are living here, and where you are living around when there is urban fabrics, building, is purely a way to finally to be in the right place, to sometimes go to this gate when you can hear the sound of the earth, the sound of the soil. So before, people had a very, very different approach to the sound, and it was the reason why people created the city. So this is a pure example of proto-city, but it was finally to explain that people had a very different approach to the acoustic ecology, to explain where they decided to stay here, to create an economy, to create a culture, according to finally the topography, the climate, the vegetation provided a certain type of environment. And this environment, as we learn today, this is people and nature, but in this nature, there is a lot of different layers. And us, we just start to understand that, yes, we are part of the environment, but we just don't understand. We talk, we smell, we make noise, but the nature as well do make sound, smell, and noise. And sometimes it's not appropriate to what we consider a good practice for our economy. But this is here before us, and it should be there after us. Once again, COVID was only taking the like a convenience store, the convenient aspect of this nature. But when this nature doesn't work with our mechanism, we just realize it's not here anymore. And COVID is a problem in the city. But once again, the agriculture in Australia is a huge problem. So there's a lot of vast territories of agriculture who are not here at the right place. They are here according to the model of the 19th century. Today, with the climate crisis, what Manuel was talking about with the Anthropocene, everybody is bankrupt. It's extremely dry. They were not developing their settlement according to how they can learn from this environment. They were just doing it according to one model. So the agriculture was failing for the past 15 years, and today the CBD of Australia disappeared like that, like in few months. One model that we consider as the model when we need to export to the rest of the world disappeared in few months. This is also how some projects are finally, some people are start to develop landscape urbanism project according to the sound. Here, this is because there is an airport. They start to finally to use the sound to create different types of form in terms of landscape design. This is in, I think this is in Denmark. But some people start to understand that there is different type of approach of the sound. Because you see, Super Studio before, the sound was always a way to separate, so to finally to always to guide it, not to emphasize it, not to learn from it. So this is what finally this idea, finally this way to encapsulate the nature and this biosphere is obsolete today. It's not working anymore. So the acoustic ecology was fine. It could be a way to break this notion of capsule that we consider as the reason how we can sustain an environmental fabrics, and to change how we design the square, we change the design the city, the agriculture, and a lot of things. So my proposition, finally, this is how what we call rewilding. So it's finally by tuning. How can we pay attention to the acoustic ecology? How can we create a different type of wilderness? How do we had in the past century, how we started to create park, but inside where people are living. And once again, a lot of examples before start to do it. Archigram was started to develop different type of map with different type of approach, with the sound, with the smell. You know those famous people now doing some buildings, they are teaching in Bartlett in London, but well, they started to create different type of vehicle for us to understand that the way how a certain model of city create map, create cartography, create design is just one system. This is just one culture. As I say, this kind of nepotism, there is a certain people who are creating their way of life, but it's just one culture, one little community, and we don't have to belong to those kind of profit making, because once again, when COVID happened, everything disappeared. The situationist, Guy Debord, when he was doing that in the 60s, same way he was trained in terms of environmental psychology to say that Paris before the 60s was very different. There is life. There is, Haussmann was destroying a lot of places when it was finally why Paris was important. Me, as a French person, I never go where there is a Haussmann district. There is nothing to do. There is no life. There is building with people with full of cocaine, where very rich people have a very funny life, but in the street, there is no life. So finally, Guy Debord, when he did, this project, he was navigating the city to say, but there is life that we start to forget. There is parameters that the city is why we are here. But it seems that we don't consider it as very important anymore. But this is a problem. This is why we are here. This is how we started to develop the edification of the city. So as I repeat again, acoustic ecology could be a sensory environmental observatory, at least to start to understand that this is where the residue of life could be. And we need to bring it back to how finally we are going to re-articulate the next city. So some people are doing it. So you see, this is a new way of doing model here. This is Manhattan from the analysis of the sound of Manhattan. And, cartography was developed by people, by masters of war. And, the map was never designing because it's nice. We need to know where we go. This is usually how I can... in terms of imperialism, I can take the territory of someone else. So people who create map are masters of war. And people who understand the sound at the beginning of the century, usually it's the army. So those are the first people who started to, as I'm asking finally, to stimulate, to rewild the sound environment, was people from the army. So I'm, of course, not a lover of the army, but this is usually from those people that finally there is something to gain. Those people who have started to create mechanism to boost the sound ecology. All right, and today there's a lot of artists. If I'm showing those projects, it's because there is a lot of people who start to understand the benefit to pay attention. Lots of Chinese students, lots of Chinese artists who create, but I don't see that so much in urban design or landscape design. So we know this is important, but how can we develop different type of mechanism for experts to design the next city or the next urban fabrics? There is not so much. Once again, the rave, and people who are creating the rave were with usually big speaker to boost the life that they consider very boring. Usually, this is a civil society. And this is what we need to pay attention, us as urban designers. Those people start to say, but the place where they live is dead. There is no life. This is why in the 90s, there is this kind of rave party phenomenon. People started to create place outside the city because the city was a ghost already. So it's a good sign for us to understand why people don't consider those cities as finally something that we need to sustain anymore. Well, once again, the sound is part of a lot of interior design experts. This change the way how finally we can create different type of interior environment or urban environment, but still how we develop the city is still too much manipulated by what you call the developer, the market, construction company. So we need to change finally how can we observe and change the fact that one of the model we develop cities, it can still work for a certain type of people, but very few people. You know, Libeskind was designing a lot of funny composition, partition to develop his city. This is a very nice quote. Ecosystem as a virtual conductor orchestrating thousands of developing musical motifs. This is not new about it, but well, this idea that finally, why don't we pay attention? Because this is too complex. And when we start to bring it inside the city, but we don't know how we combine this kind of orchestration with the orchestration of the market, it doesn't work. It's in conflict. It's pretty much like a bacteria in a sushi. A bacteria in a cheese make a good cheese, but in a sushi, it's not appropriate. So we need to understand how we need to learn more this kind of ecological design through the acoustic ecology to regenerate our city and to avoid what we've been through during COVID. So there is a lot of Manuel. I'm close to the end. Don't worry. So there is a lot of designer who try to develop a lot of approach to say, well, it's still not even enough. We need to pay attention. We need to bring it back. We need to be nurtured by how the environment could bring a lot to us, and we need to stop by minimizing. Once again, lots of old. It's more than proto-city. A lot of old civilizations start to pay more attention, because this is the reason why they started to understand in terms of transcendentalism. I'm not Christian, but in terms of transcendentalism, there is a reason in terms of spirituality, and this is the idea of environmental ethics, why I'm going to live here, why I'm going to create this economy, why it's meaningful for me to be here, because of how can I pay attention to this environment. In Iran, in terms of religious architecture, it was not a way to find like Christian, like there is no sound. So how funny we can amplify the sound, and finally we start to understand, yes, this place talk to me. So in terms of spirituality, once again, I have zero spirituality. My wife always told me you need to be more, but I am who I am. But there is still a way from architecture and landscape and environmental design to benefit more than finally by reducing and considering the only reason we have is to sell Uniqlo and some kind of product, which is once again, in terms of speculation, a model that has to destroy his own product all the time. So here it was considered as sustainable because it was from a good understanding of the environment, and the environment was finally nurturing the sustainability of this architecture. Some more, I do some too long lecture, but once again, some fantastic artists. Here you certainly know Stockhausen, German composer, but he started to consider that maybe I'm going to do my string quartet, but inside the environment. So he puts the string quartet inside the helicopter, and how the sound can change because of the environment. So it's a very funky way. We may not like it, but you see that they try to show us, but in terms of art expression, because urban design, landscape design is part of the art expression, but there's a lot of possibilities. So acoustic ecology, that it was really developed by Murray Schafer. When I'm talking about rewired tuning, Murray Schafer is one of the guys in the 50s, 60s who started to create this notion of acoustic ecology, started to say we need to tune the world. But once again, you certainly know him. Murray Schafer is a Canadian anthropologist, but he's well known usually to consider that there is too much sound. But no, finally, it's the idea. Finally, he started to say, but no, the sound is extremely rich. We need to know more about the sound. We need to learn from it. So he was finally aware to finally how can we compose the world. And he was developing a lot of opera inside the nature. Once again, by finally able to learn from the environment, to create different forms of art. Like us with map, he was creating different type of partition, how to read the environment and to communicate it differently. Like Libeskind, he was finally to be able to say, but there is a language. We need to learn this language to finally to communicate differently. And the string quartet has an history, but it came from a certain type of climate and history. Maybe there is another one. So it started to create a lot of different way of mapping. And when we do a mapping, when we go to a site and we have the idea to have another proposition for a society, when we do our map, it's exactly the same as he did. So we created different type of opera. But what I'm showing that is finally in this type of art practice, there is a lot of dynamic, much richer than in our field. Otherwise, in India, when they start to put the sound, it's as I shown you at the very beginning. In India, the sound is never enough, so it's super noisy. No, they want more. They amplify more and more. And so there is different approach to the sound, and this is it could be a fantastic way to once again to relearn our approach. Manuel, this is me who should be tired. I think I'm done. I know some people are start to leave, but it's okay. There is composer. So this is Olivier Messiaen, who was learning from the bird sound to create some kind of music. So once again, we need to learn from this type of people who once again create different type of in terms of design, communication from the environment to learn from the environment. So he was, it's a transcription of the bird sound. So you get the idea. So Olivier Messiaen is very, very famous. He was creating the transcription. He's also a very famous organist, but a lot of different birds. He was creating a lot of different compositions. So we might be able as well, in terms of a different type of ecology, when there is a certain type of sound, different type of wildlife, to be able to translate it in certain different type of urban fabrics, or at least environmental fabrics. And when I see everywhere in the world we design the same models of park we have in Paris, this is crazy. We finally had a system who killed most of the biosphere, and we propagate the same problem. So if we get back, Manuel, to your idea of Anthropocene, the Anthropocene was wrong, but also we've started to create it as a model. It's an engineering pollution. It's an engineering toxicity. So we started to create the same mechanism everywhere. So what I'm trying to say once again with COVID, but it's just an opportunity to understand this is finished. We don't need that anymore. And we were losing a lot of ability to understand the world that we need to get back. Once again, Strumming Gristle, you certainly know them. They started to do this project with the industrial music. There is once again Archigram who did the tune of the suburbs, and I think Manuel, I'm almost done. No, I'm not done. I've never done it. Yeah. You want to make a break?
No, but I don't think so. I was just saying, don't worry, take your time. Are you listening to me? Your microphone is off. Hold on, your microphone, no.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But you see, I'm at the end of my presentation.
Okay. Sure.
So I start to see some face. So, okay. Oh.
Okay, so you can hear me? Yeah. Well, I'm finishing here. There is because there is a lot of PhD student here. There is a laboratory I found absolutely fantastic. This is a sensory ethnography lab. It's from the Harvard University, so it's not a bad university. So if we heard something from there, it should be good. It's people who are anthropologists or ethnographists. They go to different kind of place, and instead to usually do this kind of a little paper that nobody wants to read anymore because there is too many paper, and they go to places when it's extremely rich. There is a lot of information. There is a lot of experience. They live with those people. They go to, instead to translate this type of information, this type of rich experience they live in a ridiculous academic paper, they create movies. They create different kind of communication. So you need to go back to their website, Sensory Ethnographic Lab. They do a lot of movies. They do a lot of sound design, a lot of things. This is usually PhD student or working with artists and try to say, but finally there is different way of life on Earth. So they go in many, many places, usually because in Harvard there's a lot of people from everywhere who come back to their place, of course from Brazil, but they start to communicate their work extremely differently. And this is always very disturbing because sometimes you just realize, but it's not part of my life anymore. So I just don't know. Maybe I just don't know where to go to live this kind of life because it's like, once again, there is this kind of disconnection. But if I would like to translate this information in a design, I just don't know what to do. I've never been educated to finally translate anything that people say, but for example, the transhumance and the nomadism. How can we design cities who still accept nomadism? Or people to say, but I'm not part of this economy. I just don't need it. I'm just following the smell. When there is a smell of the flower, I know where I need to go. You say, but how can I design a street? How can I design a park? How can I design an economy for those people? We just don't know to do that anymore. So those guys start to explain to us why people finally still sustain community and settlement on Earth by different type of movies, acoustic design, different projects to help us because they are anthropologists. They really try to translate finally the dynamic of the world. They clarify to us the reason why people are still living where they're living to help us to find, once again, to improve it. So just go to this website. This is fantastic. And Verena Paravel, Lucien Castin-Taylor, this is a director with Verena Paravel. Verena Paravel, she's working with, certainly Bruno Latour. So they are working usually together. Bruno Latour. So, and she's working with him for different projects, but she was very famous a couple of years ago for a project that I'm going to show you now. She was in a boat. When fishers have a certain life, they are purely nomadists. They belong to a certain economy, of course. They go to some port sometimes to sell their fish, but there is a life itself in the boat. And she started to translate it. And me, this year, I had a Japanese student. He was working with marine environment for his master project, and he started to finally to be able to participate to this economy, but from a landscape design point of view. So a lot of my colleagues told him, but this is not landscape, there is no land. But you say, no, because landscape, as I was translating to you before what the environment is, landscape, you know what is urban design because you're an urban designer. Urban in Latin means politeness. Why people are living here? Because there is a politeness. But landscape is a perception of the environment. So landscape is everywhere from the horizon to my foot. So there is landscape in the sea as well. But landscape design today, so no, because my economy, my construction company only provide landscape design for parks, streetscape, rooftop garden, when there is some people who can buy. But no, landscape design should be anywhere, even when the economy doesn't exist. When this model who collapse with COVID doesn't exist, doesn't have to do. So us, urban designer, landscape designer, could provide our expertise everywhere. But the problem, we don't know how to read this everywhere. And what I told the environmental hermeneutics, how can we read it? We've been brainwashed. In our society, we only educate students to be able to sustain this economy. And today, we are going to tell you that this economy doesn't work anymore. Look at that. COVID finished. And our student in Melbourne, they say, but there is no job anymore. I say, no, there is job everywhere. You just don't open the right door. So look at this project. So Verena Paravel, I think the movie is after it's a little bit. She's in a boat and she was finally translating the experience of someone living in a boat. I think you understand. And they did another movie in Fukushima. You know what was happening in Fukushima. So, and I think this is interesting because they created this movie called High Humanity, but they were observing what's happening in Fukushima. You understand this pretty much this huge lockdown. But how also they represent it, they put it back in the city for people finally to be able to finally to be immersed in this experience. So they presented this in a city to explain the conflict, the new life happening in Fukushima. think we're almost done, I think, Manuel. So my proposition of this lecture is really finally to learn from this symbol and symptom. Finally, it's once again, how can we design what we call the post-city? You know this notion of post-human, but this idea of post-anthropogenic is finally how can we redesign the city by not only position the human being as the only beneficial of the human settlements that we develop. Well, I think if we can maybe start to engage a debate. Manuel, are you here?
We can't hear you. The microphone is off.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And Manuel disappeared. Yeah, Manuel is not here.
No. I came back, but I'm on my phone. I don't know.
Okay.
I lost the connection, the web connection in my house.
Okay.
So I'm the phone.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think it's been a little bit a long presentation, so I didn't know how we're going to manage it. But I just hope you get the main idea of what I was trying to say, because usually when I'm explaining, I'm repeating again and again and again the same things that I think you understand.
Mm-hmm.
So Manuel, maybe we get back to you, or if some people would like to immediately react.
No, I mean, I think, pardon me?
No, it's okay. I was just joking.
No, okay, I'm saying that I think maybe it's better if we leave some room for questions of the student instead of either that, or if you want to go through the material that they sent to you, you'll be fine.
Did some people did some recording as I was proposing? Yeah. Good, great. But nobody replied to me, so I was fine. Even me, I did one, but I didn't show because I said, "Bon, maybe this is what I said at the beginning. Maybe just we forget this idea." But if you did some, fantastic. That's good. Maybe Manuel, maybe I'm going to say what could be, because it was a long lecture, maybe super boring, but it could be a good way we start to create a dialogue. As I said, this lecture is just what it is, but I start to do what I try to propose in this lecture as a project. But it could be a way to find, once again, like what you did, is just a draft. Maybe the recording is not what you would like to, but it could be a good way, because this is what I said at the beginning. How can we start to investigate different places with this parameter, but maybe more strongly later? So maybe show me what you would like to show me today. And for those who start to understand, yes, it could be a good way to start to initiate a project. Me, I'm going to do it. There is a gallery in Melbourne who's developing a project. So we are going to do it with another Singaporean person. But I see Inayara, you okay? But well, just show me, as we say in terms of sound design, just project me what you would like to project me, and maybe we can start to discuss something more practical after. So it's great, but I didn't imagine because nobody replied to me. So.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And how do you want to, because you are organized in groups, How many records do we have?
I have no idea. I didn't receive. I didn't get anything. So
I'm asking them. I'm just asking because I still don't have the connection, so I don't see. I just see 2 or 3 of them.
Bye, Manuel.
Why?
No, it's you lost the connection. You say you lost the connection.
I don't have the connection in my computer. I'm on the phone, so I just see 2 or 3 images. I'm just asking them how many records do we have in such a way that we can organize and plan. I think that we should have, I don't know, about 3 or 4 recordings.
Great.
Isn't that true?
So play.
Gabriela, do you want to start?
Me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to send a link to the video. I think it's better because my connection is not good. So I think you can see in your own computer, right?
Okay, good. I didn't get that.
The video, right? Just video.
Okay. So we play it and we just mute our micro and. Okay, this is everything. So this is one group. And this is everybody, or this is one group?
It's one group. It's my group.
Okay, Stephanie, you can go next.
What? Because there is many. What do we play?
What?
Which files do we need to play?
The first one.
Okay. I'm going to. Should I mute my?
If you can wear headphones, it's better, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I will mute my and I'm going to hear on my own. Okay.
Okay, I can say why I selected this place, all right? Or it's better move to another film, to another video.
And which one? Which other video?
I can explain why I select that, or it's better we can watch the video of Stephanie and we can discuss after.
Well, it's up to you.
Okay, well, I'm going to explain very quickly. I selected this place because it has a historical significance to Londrina city, where I live. It is in the south of Brazil, in Paraná. The square, it's part of the historic center of the city, and it's part of the set of 4 squares that make up the central ellipse of Londrina's original layout. I think you can see in the file a plant, or I can share my screen. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I think it's better to understand. Can you see?
No. Where do you want? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, here is the ellipse that I said, and the square, it's here. So the square, the name of the square is May 1st, Maio in Portuguese. It has also an acoustic shell where events happen, such as festivals and demonstrations. The square also has a memorial with 17 totems, which pay homage to the history of Londrina. The square is surrounded by important buildings, such as a center, the building of the current culture department, designed by Brazilian architect Villanova Artigas, and another commercial building. Another reason I choose this place is because it's near my house, and I'm going to try. It's possible to see another map now?
You want us to listen to another movie?
No, it's another photo just to
Okay. To show what is it?
Yeah, but I think it's not possible. Can you see the map now?
I see the Google map, yeah.
We see the picture, not the map, the Google map.
Yeah, that's okay. I am it's okay. But I live next there, and I think we cannot not see many of cars and buses passing around the square. Where other curious sounds and images also appear. We see a man laughing in the square, for example. I think it's a funny thing. And a homeless person passing, and people smoking. Despite the video showing some people, we can perceive the public space is practically impeded because the pandemic. And also we can perceive urban equipment to feed the dogs, and the sound of them barking in another image too. And the last part, works are shown cleaning the square as essential service, haven't stopped in the pandemic. And I think it's that the result. All right.
No, but it's great.
think that's it.
Oh. But maybe just as a quick response, I think for what you said about what we see, but what the site is about. Me, I don't know if I've seen everything, but I've seen some of those elements. But you understand how we cannot evaluate what you talk about regarding to the sound. So I had the same problem when I was recording the last few weeks in Melbourne. Everywhere I was, the only sound I had was a car. So finally, is always a problem. But also, what is very interesting is when you had the public crowd, the sound was very. It was even much more poor than the streets. So finally, it was very. Instead to have finally the amplification of people or whatever, the treatment of the soil, the hardscape, was finally like a cage. So it was very interesting to see how finally, historically speaking, certainly you are very proud of your site. But if I just go for the first time today regarding how the treatment of the site is done today, I may feel a little bit discomfort. I just feel, but this is it doesn't sound as you may say it is. You understand what I mean? Yeah. So I think it's very interesting how and the sounds that you've been proposing. Once again, as I proposed before, if I give you the sound I did in Melbourne, it's the same. It could be very, very appropriate. So it's just how can finally we say, but no, I still love this place as it is. So I'm not going to design something else, but I would like it sounds a little bit more cheerful, or if it's stone, I feel like it smells, it sounds a stone. It's welcoming. When I can hear someone from very far away, and I can feel very this type of, because this is a public ground, I can feel it. So I think it's interesting how the more public oriented the place you recorded, the least it was finally welcoming, and the little street I can hear much more because of the compactness of the street. I can hear people, but how finally today we just have pretty much the same acoustic design pretty much everywhere. So, but it's a nice place. Good. Thank you. Thank you. No, I think it's a good example of how if we need to change it. Honestly, we have no idea how to do it. Just how can we? Pretty much like an opera. Jean Nouvel designed some new opera, but he need to change the acoustic of the opera. But you need to have engineers specialized. Yeah, because I was teaching urban design in Korea, so I know a little bit urban design, but I know in landscape design we have no idea. We just don't know how to make a place sounding different. So, and if we would like to restore, like you said about the buildings, you don't know. So I think it's interesting. So maybe we can have another movie. Manuel, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just going to say, I was going to make a suggestion, in fact. Anyway, let me quit this one here and see what happens. My web's back. No, I was just going to suggest that maybe you guys, if you could present the records that you did, because it's for us, okay, it's 12:30. For Alban, it's 2:30 a.m. And
Okay.
That, and it's getting to 3 a.m. and he doesn't have a beer to his side. He doesn't have a glass of.
Okay, teaching is finished. Tomorrow I'm just grading students. So I'm just going to be very, very rude. It's okay.
No. So what I would suggest is that, there is Stephanie's group, and is there any other group that made the record? Your group, yes, Stephanie, but is there any? Oh, also. So my suggestion is that you two guys present the record that you did, and then we go back to Alban. For you, Alban?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to present now. We're going to share our screen. Actually, Barbara is going to share her screen. And Alban, thank you for the lecture. It was really great, really open mind. Here's our recordings from our group.
Alban, janelas. Janelas is the Portuguese word for windows.
Great. I didn't expect you were so pro, so fantastic. I didn't know anything. I'm so surprising. Well, I think it's great. So we continue with another group. So we just don't talk now, Manuel. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. There is one more, no? Leandro, no?
Group 5. So there is 2,
Acho que
3,
tem
4.
dois grupos. Acho que tem o grupo 2 e o grupo 4.
Okay, there are two more movies.
2 more. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it working? Are you seeing the video?
Yeah.
André? Oh, so I'm just going to play and André is going to comment after. Can you hear the sounds?
No, there is no sound, Andrea.
Okay, so maybe I have to present some differently. Maybe like this. Can you hear something?
Não, ainda não.
Well, so I have no idea how to.
Leandro,
Yeah.
compartilha a guia do Chrome que está específica para som e vídeo. Tem aí?
Yeah.
It was great.
So it's this one. Now? Aha! Thank you.
Encarregado, vai acabar com ele. Eu vou trabalhar com o Marcos, quem que eu vou falar? O mesmo cara que chegou vai acabar com ele.
Okay, so before André can say anything, if he's going to comment on anything, this was all Camila's work from our groups. She recorded it and edited everything. So yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. What you listening to me?
Yeah.
What we wanted to create with that video, in case Camila, was to capture this divide within the same city. That's the same city captured from two different locations. First one is an avenue that connects the periphery of the city to the center. So there is a lot of movement, mostly dominated by cars and stuff. And the other side of that movie, when we were filming the skyline, was a residential district in the same city. So we have that contrast between the calmness in the residential district and center of the city where there is all the agitation of the city. So we have two perspectives in the same environment. In fact, we have two different environments in the same city. So that's essentially what we wanted to capture.
Great. Manuel, can I say something?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, then Monica's group will make the presentation.
Não,
after.
é o grupo da Juliana Esteves que apresenta.
Ah, é? Ok. Juliana tá aí.
Yeah. Do
So
you feel
go ahead, Alban, and then we have the last group. Go ahead, please.
just do you feel that you may have a different sound if it was not during COVID?
Yes and no. The center of the city is mostly dominated by cars, with COVID or without it. With COVID, there was a reduction in pedestrian movement. So this domination by cars, the sound of cars, is more pronounced now than it was before.
Yeah. Good, great. We can. You want to? We hear Monica? No.
Juliana.
It's Juliana, okay? Juliana, teu microfone tá aberto, mas eu pelo menos não te escuto. Não sei o que aconteceu aí. We are not listening to you.
Yeah, what are we supposed to do?
No, I mean, she's speaking, but I don't know what happened to her microphone. We don't have her audio. We don't listen to her. I don't know what happened. Oh, she said that she's going, she'll call the technician.
That's what we all do.
Uh-huh.
Professor, posso comentar enquanto ela não...
Quem tá falando? Que eu
É Stephanie.
Stephanie, oi,
Desculpa.
Sim, no, go ahead.
Okay, I was asking him if I could comment about our little clip about my group. We were the second one we made about with the windows, and the title was Windows. First of all, we decided to do this format because we are far from each other, from 5 different cities. And since we are in quarantine, we decided to record the sounds from our windows. So we mixed them, like not really sound walks, but showing what we can hear from the city, from the only view we can have right now, because we are staying at home. So the first part, you can listen to some cars that sells products in the neighborhood. For example, eggs or I don't know how to say this in English, but for I don't know, gas for cook. This is not the name, but however, anyway, some products for your house, and we can listen to that. And different from before, we can listen to a lot of birds singing. The sounds increased, and we can hear less cars walking around or driving. So this is a difference we could understand now that we are living the situation. That is the simple. And we decided to mix the windows from our different perspectives. Sorry if my English wasn't that good.
It's great. So yeah. So now, I can comment, Manuel, before we just go back. Yeah. What was interesting in your movie, for example, compared to Gabriela?
You are the boss. You are the one that's awake until 3 a.m. I don't have a...
You manage, you're still the guy who organizes everything. But compared to Gabriela before, we were finally doing recording from the street. It seems that every recording you had, it was like in a bit like apesanteur, like we are in the air, and we had no sounds of the city. So when you say there is a little bit of cars at the beginning, I don't remember that so much. Most of the things I just realized in terms of how the building are designed, it's very impressive how finally just one story or two, and we are just disconnected to finally the mundane environment at the street, and usually the cars that usually today is finally very, very important. And it was like I was feeling that you are living in a very rich area, because it's like there is no sound, and it's very cozy. But I just had the feeling that just being in one story or two, well, we had the sound of the birds sometimes, but at least it's like the streetscape absorb a lot of the first initial sound, so they don't propagate so much. If you are living in front of a big avenue, you can be in the 10th floor, you just still hear the sound of the city. But in some city who are very compact, the sound is very, in terms of acoustic design, is very absorbed very fast. So one story, and you can hear the sound of even the voice of someone who is in terms of octave much bigger, and the sound of the bird. I felt it was very interesting how maybe it's something that we need to incorporate, that finally in terms of how we don't have a design like that of the street, but like that. So we capture the sound, at least for having housing who don't finally are embarrassed about the sound. For example, in Melbourne, there is people like you who they have very, very rich house to have the sea view, but because this is a beach road, the sound is not absorbed. The sound of the road is constantly propagated, and those super rich people never open their window because this is so noisy. And so they just realize after they pay the bill, they go, they say, wow, it's great sea view. You never see anyone on the terrace because it's a nightmare. So it was interesting to see finally how we have a very, very bizarre understanding of the city. I'm pretty sure it's extremely noisy in the street. But it was, and surprisingly, you say it was different city, but we didn't have this feeling. We had funny. It was maybe I felt it was the same window of different part of the same building. So it was very funny how it's. We felt a little bit disconnected. I felt we were in a very countryside place of Brazil, but maybe not. But it was good. Very nice editing. Good.
I listen now. Is it working now, my microphone?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Oh, great. We choose two parks to make the video. One is at Porto Alegre in the south of the country, is a big city. And the other park is São Carlos, where we live. I'll try to share just a minute. I have a lot of troubles here today. Where is the... Sumiu a tela de compartilhamento. Não é aqui embaixo que é? Manuel, se não funcionar aqui, eu coloquei no drive da disciplina. Eu vou ver se eu consigo compartilhar.
Some people trying to help you, but they are not in the same room. So they cannot help you.
Não tá me abriu aqui. Espera lá, só um minuto. Just a minute. I transmit. Where? Apresentar. Uma tela, né? Uma janela.
Uma janela. E aí você tem que compartilhar.
Mas não está na tela, que está aí num aplicativo. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo.
Eu vou entrar no drive da disciplina.
Que foi a Vanessa que postou lá, deixa eu ver se eu consigo. Vou tentar aqui a tela, ver se funciona. Está funcionando?
Não. Oh, it's not working.
I'll try. Você achou, Manuel, o vídeo no Drive?
Just a minute.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
Sorry for that.
Technical issue is part of our life. We have just technical issue. This is why we are designers. We're just here to resolve technical issue.
A lot of technical problems.
But besides that, it's great. I didn't expect anything, so I'm glad to see a lot of different movies. Funny.
Juliana,
Nice.
I can try. You want me to try?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will try with my computer.
Manuel, compartilha uma guia do Chrome, tá? Para sair o áudio.
I don't think so.
Não te ouço.
Como é que eu faço isso?
Peraí que eu consegui abrir aqui.
Então,
também posso transmite aí, Elô. Obrigada.
Vocês esperam passar vergonha para depois falar, eu posso transmitir para você. É legal vocês.
Yes, fantastic.
Thanks, Eloisa, so much.
Cool. Nice.
So we choose these two parks. It seems that the pandemic is over here, especially the first one. Everybody in the park. Some of them without masks, and the other one is here in São Carlos. This is the only park that we have this way here, and that's what we could make.
Well, what is your feeling? My feeling, it's extraordinarily quiet for a park, no? Yeah, no, it seems to be like it's almost like scary, no?
I thought it was on a Sunday. Both of them, the girls made the videos on a Sunday. But we are still in a pandemic. The people should not be so socializing, but That's what we found.
No, it was, the first park was impressive because it was like I said before, like no life, really, like even the bird, or it was, I had the feeling the micro was pretty good, but I felt that it's like we were like in a bubble. And the second park, Sao Carlos, we started to hear a little bit of the city outside. And suddenly the meaning of the park was much more interesting. So the first park, I think it's interesting because the first park, if there is not what the park is about, where people like they do sports, they talk, and but we don't hear a park is like it's a pause in a city. But if we don't hear the city, the reason of the park disappear. And in Sao Carlos, and we can hear a little bit of the cars or whatever. Even it's still a little bit quiet, there is finally, it's pretty much like a road when you don't know where you're going. So you just say, it's nonsense, I'm not going to continue. So if the park, you can hear a little bit of the city around, I felt a little bit more comforted inside, but the first park was a bit like oppressing.
Yeah, Sylvie's not here anymore. I really don't know the park, but she tells us that it's a very huge park. Maybe because of being so big, you can't hear the city sounds. I don't know. I can explain it because Sylvia had to go out, but maybe because of the size. The second one is a smaller one.
That is interesting for me as landscape designer because maybe the size of your park in Brazil are different. So it's not what we have in mainly in Europe, but in many parks what I know, it's usually it's like a buffer inside different districts of the city, but we are not completely outside of the city. So here, what I felt it was very interesting, but like it's another dimension of how we propose a public realm. So you know, maybe you don't know, Charles Ives, one of the most important composer of classical music of the 19th century in USA, was developing this notion of polyphony in Central Park in New York. It's so big, lots of different orchestra were positioned in different parts of the city. So when you walk, you start to hear one composition, and you quit this one, and you start to hear the next one, and sometimes they overlap. So he started to create this notion of finally polyphony, but this is also what we have in different cities. But I think it's possible in your park, but in many your park I know, we don't do that because there is just one sound design. And this is a sound design that finally it's the opposite of what the city provide, but there is not more than that. Maybe in the park that you had, a huge park, we start to have some micro biosphere, which was interesting because it's not what I'm usually expecting in a park. So it's like a national park inside the city. It was it's good. It's great. Good. Yeah.
Alban, just one comment. I mean, the first one, Farroupilha Park, is really a park. I mean, it's a park that was designed. It's an element of the structure of the city. You know? It's more close to the notion of parks that you were referring to, right?
Okay.
But it's a big one. It's a huge one, and it has a lot of green elements. And when you walk inside, it's just like some areas of Central Park. You see that you are not in New York. The other one in São Carlos, it was not originally a park. I mean, it was a cartódromo, a place where you had races of carts. You know carts, the small vehicle. No? So that's what it was. It was designed and built as a cartódromo. About 15 years ago, 20 years ago, I'm not sure how many years ago, because it's an area that normally flooded when it rains a lot, not that much anymore. it was transformed in a park. But I mean, it's not really a park because the lane of the car, the lane you run and so on. I mean, it's completely different. It was something that was not designed as a park, but adapted to something that started to be called as the Parque Cartódromo, Parque do Cartódromo. Just for you to understand a little bit the difference between the two, right?
Thank you, Professor Manuel.
Oh, my friend, my dear friend, ironic one. I'm so sorry. It's so hard.
No, it's good. It's good.
Or it's 13, 11. It's 3 a.m. now in Melbourne. No?
Yeah, it's good. It's fine. I'm cool. So did we heard every proposition?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay.
I will just leave to you your final comments.
No, but maybe I can ask the students, because you did it. Maybe like when we do any project, any mapping, whatever. Sometimes it's not exactly what we wanted to record, or it's something else. Do you find that you may be interested to continue this approach? Do you think that it doesn't really help you to investigate, for example, COVID, or what we do when we investigate a city differently? Or do you think it might be you discover something that you might be able to pursue, to continue?
It's up to you guys. It's asking you. I know that there are some people that are already looking for a plane ticket to Melbourne.
But there is no airport. The airport is closed, so just forget it. You cannot go if you are not a resident from Australia. My wife, she cannot go home because she cannot go back. So we don't accept anyone. So just wait.
I make a joke with Professor Manuel that I'm so interested about this subject and sounds of the city and the cartography. That sound can make to us like researchers. So I really interested in your job, in your work. So it's very good. It's a lecture that I can go back. I will go back and listen more times.
Good, great. And you think you may be able to develop something in your practice as a designer soon? I mean, now?
I don't know if I understand, but I'm starting to research the appropriation of the public space, like squares and parks. So I think to use the sounds like in when I don't know, like I don't know the word, ferramenta, tipo, eu quero usar como uma ferramenta, não tools. The sound like a tool to make a record and analyze the use of the space. I don't know if I
understand. I think it's good to do this because you do understand when you go to a restaurant or whatever. This is what the interior design do. This is when you sometimes you I love this food, I love the ambience, and you enter in the restaurant and I said no, this is boo. This is not for me. This is too big. This is there's something I don't like. A lot of people use the sound for designing a lot of urban fabric, so it's even bizarre. We just don't do it for open space, public realm, urban design. So yeah, please do. I think the problem is finally how we translate that for our economy. Developer usually has So we don't know how to change. It's funny. We can explain the benefit, but how it change the design. It's very complicated. So for a developer, urban designer, us, our clients, you say yes. I love the idea, but it doesn't provide me a different platform, and I just don't know how to explain the benefit to a lot of different clients we have. Because this is mainly how can you explain the fact that, for instance, when you in Asia, for example, you take Seoul, a lot of places are exactly generic, exactly the same. So you don't need to go. And finally, because the experience is the same. If you explain to people, no, I'm going to this place, the street sounds different, the people, the birds sound different, the wind, there is something different. People might sometimes revisit the place. But the fact that we have this kind of generic, because this is efficient, it's clean, you can support the economy, there is shops, so everything is okay. And usually now this is a reason for people not to go. Say, yes, there is this shop, this restaurant, but it's boring. It's I know already. I know it's pretty exactly the same as my place. So why going even in my city, why going there? So how can we start to say no? It's because of what have we seen the building, the title of the street, or the vastness of the plaza? There is something people like being here. Why do we like sometimes being a terrace? You can hear a lot of people very far, or in a park like Juliana. I'm completely outside the world. This is some of the reason why we go. And too often now we just go in street, and you say it's convenient, but it is surprisingly so the same. And most of interior design, they know that. They say no, you need to feel it immediately when you enter in the shop, because this is how you're going to buy the super dress. So maybe Inayara, I never heard about Inayara. No. I don't know who would like to say whatever. I'm here.
I think I really like to do this video, the video that we made, because when we were talking about it, we could see how we were like in different places, but the environment was similar, like hearing the birds and hearing our neighbors. I think it was interesting, this part of the project, and it was I like it the result very much, and we like that you like it too.
Good. In many places, for example, in France, when a lot of people from the city came to the suburbs or the countryside, they started to ask the church to stop the bell and the farmer to stop the animals. So they didn't know, finally, in the countryside, there is a different sound. So they started to be very, very disturbed to say, but this is a different noise. We left the noise of the city, and this is another noise. And people are like, yeah, this is it. This is life. And people, no, you need to stop that. You need to stop that. But no, we don't stop that like that. It's just, it's not the city. We don't have the sheep. We don't have the coat. We don't have the bird. So yeah, we lost this idea, but this is great. And this is this is in terms of ecological design something we need to respect. So when something is not in terms of maintenance, something we can stop and play, start to be a problem. It's funny. It's really funny. Bon, I'm all here. Barbara, Monica, Juliana, Leandro, if you want to say something. Leandro, you're in a blur. Your camera, there is some, maybe there is some a tissue on your camera.
I'm on a witness protection program there, so I can't say. It's the lighting. It's from the window back here, so yeah.
Oh, you have too much light in your place. So, Leandro, you wanted to say something?
It's really, really far away from my area because I'm from I'm in transportation engineering, so
it's exactly your area. It's exactly your area.
Yeah. About the noises, yes. Like trying
I know
to...
that too much. Yes, talking to people like you, and this is no, we just don't care. No, you need to care.
No, actually, there is an area. No, there is an area to see if pavements and cars are kind of like match in the noise area or something like that. But it's really away from what I do. And but I really enjoy these talks with different subjects because we can always learn. It's always nice to see what people are doing. So yeah.
You know, when I was your age, I was working for a very big company in France. In Bordeaux, the wine. So we were developing the tramway of Bordeaux. So it's 28 kilometers. So I was finishing my master of landscape architecture. I was your age. And we were working with the transport engineer. So we were developing the tram. And finally, most of the time, sometimes we have to select because we have to avoid some house, but sometimes it was just the sound. Sometimes we were able to go faster. But if you go faster, the train, there is... So we were not able to. So it's funny in terms of sound design, we had to destroy some garden. We had to change a lot of finally some parameter because the mechanic didn't provide us to go as fast as we wanted to because the sound was finally a problem for the house. Mm-hmm. But the fact that when we talk to engineers and said, no, the sound, I don't care. Imagine you talk in Korea, when 15 years ago, I came to a lot of course, restaurants. And as I said to Eloisa before, you go to the restaurant, you say, wow, I love the food, I'm going, and you cannot stay. Because at this time, they didn't care about the sound design of the restaurant. So the surface of the wall didn't absorb, it reverberates. So you go to the restaurant, the more people, really the more noise, it's a nightmare. So you go for a date with your wife or my future wife, and you just have an headache. But it's exactly the same today now. Nobody will imagine not to care about it. But imagine you buy your apartment, you open your window, and this is a nightmare. And the guy said, but I don't understand. But say, no, I just don't understand. How can you propose me to buy a house when I'm supposed to sleep? And you don't even imagine the sound could be a problem. Yeah. So how can we have a road? We need road. We need, for example, in Japan, the train is, have you been to Japan? You take the train in Japan, the speed of the train is super slow. So there is no sound. So sometimes you have restaurant or whatever, it's like sometimes just not even 1 meter from the train track. You just see these nuts. No, there is no sound. And finally, when you take the train, you are between house, you are between agriculture, and this is beautiful. Mm-hmm. You just say, wow, the train is a fantastic way to navigate in the city. But they made it in a way that it doesn't perturbate everybody. And you live in a house and you see the train and you say, but finally, the train is a fantastic, it's like an organism. It's alive because it doesn't disturb you too much. But they made the appropriate speed that people who finally can eat and can sleep can also have the accommodity to go to take the train and to be in the city in 1 minute. But they understand there is a balance, and usually it was purely the sound.
Yeah, and I know that people are researching the impact of electrical cars, engine noises into lives and everything, but that's all I know from reading some research papers. I've never actually researched it.
We had I would say 30 years ago, the fact that we need more light or less light. So some people are feeling stress if there is too much light. Sometimes we put more. People are reacting very, very differently, but the sound, as you say about the car, is exactly the same. A lot of people say, no, I'm so accustomed about the sound of the car. There's no sound. They are going to bump into me, and I will never know. So finally, as I say about the cultural landscape, it's very interesting because finally, when you change one parameter, but it doesn't resolve so much. A car with making no sound is very dangerous today.
Yeah,
it's very convenient, but very dangerous. So we need the electric car. Usually they do toop, 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 which is finally much more stupid than a normal. I don't know, Monica, do you want to say something? No. No, thank you. No. Bon, ben Manuel, me, I can stay here. I'm good. Huh? I can talk. But no, I'm glad if you enjoy the conversation. I'm glad about Manuel because finally, it was for me like an opportunity to put a little bit of things together to start to. So I had a conversation with some school of art recently. A lot of people who work on the sound design, and they said, but finally I'm working on the sound design, but there is so many things. So finally, I was using Manuel opportunity with you to try to aggregate something, to vehicle something a bit more cohesive. Because even me, as I say, when I was working mainly 15 years as a practitioner, sound never happened to be in a conversation. It just everybody think, yes, it's fantastic. It could be a fantastic way to generate something, but we don't have knowledge. So
check the message, check the chat of the Google Meet. Gabriela just sent to you a link for a research of another USP professor about the sounds of the city during the quarantine. You get it?
Yeah.
Read the message.
Yeah. Journal. It's from your university.
What?
It's in Portuguese.
No.
Yeah.
Most likely to be in Portuguese. I don't know the.
That is great. I'm going to go to Google Translate. Thank you, Gabriela. So he's okay. Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you.
There are some images, and shit.
Is it possible that some of you did the movie? You sent me your, like Gabriela did in a Google Drive, and I can put, because I'm going to put a page on my website, and like that we can put everything for everybody's project. That we can say this is what we've done today. Okay.
Yeah, they can send it directly to you. And the other thing that, if you agree, that I would ask it to you, if you could send the PDF file of your presentation today.
Yeah.
If you agree, then I will upload the file in the drive of the discipline.
Yeah, no. I'm going to. Yeah, I'm not going to put the video because it's too big.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
In the PDF, you will not have the videos.
No, normally we can have video in the PDF, but what I mean is also I'm not going to put some images that I don't have the agreement.
No, I understand. I mean, whatever you think you should.
Yeah, I'm going to send you the PDF. Yeah, good.
Then I can make it available to them.
Bon, thank you. So we are only 9. We started with, I don't know, how many are we?
I know. They're still hanging on here. We are 20.
Okay, I saw that we are only 9. I saw that like we say, we evacuated people. The more I talk, the more people. No, but no, it's a good opportunity for us to discuss. We have some people who sent me their file. where I'm going to continue the project, but I'm going to send you also what we do. Like that, if you start to continue to develop this idea, but maybe we can work on that. So with a friend from Singapore, this is what we are going to do. We are going to select specific place in Melbourne, in Singapore, and to start to develop the sound and with a cloud scanner, start to redesign the space according to what we consider much more interesting than just waiting for people to come back. So maybe how can we? It's an opportunity to redesign some space. So we're going to do that.
If I understood properly what Alban said before and what he said about 20 minutes ago, I mean, he's opening to you guys, and if you want, if any of you wants to pursue in some way, not this kind of work, even if it's not necessarily specifically related to your research, that's what he's saying. He's opening that possibility to you. So you have his email, all you have the Alban's email, and then you can get in touch with him directly. I think it's the best way to do it. Instead of think about it. I think it's not necessarily. I mean, it may be another possibility. Some of you I know. I don't know why I'm laughing so much. I mean, I'm not being ironic or telling any joke now. Even if it's not specifically related to the research, I know some of the researches that you are developing. I mean, except you, if you want to test, if you want to try, that's it. If you remember the first or the second slide, Alban's presentation, it was an image, a world map, where it was there, Melbourne, Singapore, Seoul, and Brazil, or São Paulo. So it's open to you. If you want to investigate about the sounds of the city after the COVID, that's what you said, isn't it, Alban? That's
yeah. Well, it's just right. Take your time. Maybe just
yeah. Or if you guys, if you prefer, let's talk it a little bit better and see what we send to Alban. Okay, I'm open to that also. Feel free to contact me if you want. Okay.
Great.
I'm really worried. It's 3:30 in Melbourne.
Yeah, I know, it's fine.
Crazy, but anyway, okay. It's too late. Alban, really, thank you very much for your kindness and your availability. For sure, that's the lecture that will stay with them for a while. A topic that they were not familiar with. I would say, I don't know if any of them was familiar with not your approach, but with this kind of process of designing. And for sure, they will, right? And again, thanks a lot. That's all I can say for the time being.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much for attending, as we say, for still being here. But for me, it was a pleasure. And as we say, usually no pressure, but I'm very, very interested to start to see what we can do together, because I've been very, very pleasantly surprised to see some recording of Brazil. So I think could be interesting that we are all about how can we stop the generic design. I think it's very interesting. We start to talk about similar place, but it should sound as a place should sound. So how do we do that? So it could be interesting. So people say, come here, and you will understand this place by how it sounds. mystery. So it could be very interesting to start developing that with you. So thank you, Manuel. It was, very nice. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
And so now it's because I'm going to swim a little bit.
Okay. Before sleeping or before going to the MIT.
Yeah, I haven't been to MIT since March. You know, it's yeah, no, and the city is dead. This is really.
You're just going to swim for fun and to rest.
Yeah, but of course.
Sure. You just live by the sea. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'm Australian now. You know, French, we have no muscle, but now I start to. I need to, because in Australia, I'm a ridiculously French guy, so I need to. I'm